Okay, we're off to a bit of a rough, rocky start today. We thought we'd schedule a last-minute stream to play through 7 Citadel, which is what we're going to do. But I've been experimenting with some stuff, but the air conditioner is not quite working. The chat is not quite working. I think, yeah, I can still see you up on the screen here. But the light to catch my attention is not working. So I'll have to pay a little bit more attention in the chat, and you'll have to write a little more vigorously in the chat when you want to get my attention. I tried to fix it right at the end there, and you saw some debug messages come up on the screen. And the air conditioner is acting up. Okay, well, what can you do? It's Monday, May 6th, 2024 at 11 p.m. This may be a little bit of a rough session. On the other hand, maybe it'll be a short session because we're continuing our playthrough of Dadachaem's Awakening threat for the 7 Citadel, and we're in the middle of a scenario. The scenario was the Great Library in Waterbank, and we traveled up to the Great Library, and we're going to recap that, but let me make sure I've got everything set up here. And let me check in with the chat. Is there anything we need to say before we get started? The channel did just reach 3,000 subscribers, which is fun. And on Sunday, yesterday, we did a playthrough, our penultimate session of the Sherlock Holmes murder mystery dossier, a retelling of A Study in Scarlet. So we're almost ready to catch up to our normal stuff. I am quite interested in finishing this threat for the 7th Citadel. I mean, I'm in no rush to finish it, but I have lots of thoughts running around my head in terms of game design and things to talk about when reviewing it. So once we finish playing through this threat, maybe we've got 4 sessions, 5 sessions, well, maybe more than that left. We're past the halfway point, I think, though. Okay, and then the other thing is things may go wrong in this stream because I'm trying out a new build of OBS. That's the software I use to do the live streaming. And I've written a bunch of custom plugins for it. And so I've just rebuilt from source OBS and modified all the plugins and stuff to get them working. And so some of the plugins may not work. Hopefully, I mean, I've checked most of them and almost everything seems to be working, but we'll see if something fails. We see already the chat little pop-up messages have failed, but we'll see if there's anything else. Okay, anything else we need to talk about before we recap where we are here? Let me get my book out. All right, so let's remember what this mission we're on is called. And then hopefully all my screens work and everything. Okay, so this was our scenario that we started last week called the Great Library in Waterbank, and we're in the middle of it. What happened was let's see if we can do this properly. In fact, there's our map, but here's the world map. And you can see where Waterbank is, if this would let me scroll around. Right, okay, so there's Waterbank on the upper north of your screen, and we start somewhere around Valengard. And we know, well, we thought we had a theory of how to get there. And we've heard of people from Waterbank. We saved a caravan from Waterbank at some point. And so we had a plan for how to get there. Let's just recap it here. Here's our starting citadel. And we went up through a bridge that we helped build. And we thought we would go curve this way and then circle around it. When we got to this area here, we were told, you're in a very dangerous area where these blue giants, which are these evolutionarily advanced giant humanoids that are so strong they'd smash us in one punch. They hate everything that's not blue. And we basically ran away. And then Jonathan said, hey, I think that actually we can cross this now dried up riverbed. And that is, in fact, exactly what we did. There used to be a great sea there. Now it's a riverbank. So, and this is what you're looking at here is our map sketched together from all the sessions we've played so far. Stitched together. So we made it to Waterbank. We made it to this woman here who guards the elevator up to Waterbank. And we had enough knowledge of the world that she let us up. And that's where we stopped. When you go up into a city, you're told to clear the board. And that's what we did. We cleared the board. Everything that was in the past has now been sorted back away. We only have this out in front of us. We're in Waterbank, and a little bit of a surprise here at how built up Waterbank is. For some reason, I just assumed that Kel was the big city here, and that this was going to be some little shanty town, but maybe it should have been a clue to us that it was called the Great Library is here. But this looks like a seriously built up town. So here's where we are. We can get started. Let me just check in. So our goal today, however, from our instructions here is to find a book about this curious infection. There are these cobwebs, cocoons all over. It sounds like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And they're making everyone sick. So our job is to learn a little bit, see if we can find a book in this library about the cocoons. First, we have to find the library, of course, and then if we've got other stuff to do, we can do it. Okay, let me just get some confirmation from Jonathan that he's in the chat. Asara is here. It looks like Jonathan is here also. We do have a full hand of cards. We've got our projectile, we've got healer, we've got something that helps us do a variety of stuff. So we've got a good hand of cards. All of our cards seem to be discarded, so I think we're going to have to heal up right now to start in. We've got 3 blocked cards. And I guess we're going to start the game by refreshing these cards and spending some health. Started with a lot of health in this scenario. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus 1. Okay, save this one. And then spend our 9 health. Whoops. Okay, so 9 health brings us to 57 health. 57 health, okay. Well, JF Dukeson asks, what chapter are we doing? This is Dadachaem's Awakening, the first recommended threat, and the chapter is the Great Library. We've just made it into Waterbank, so we're halfway into this particular session. Okay, so let's see. We've never been in Waterbank. It looks quite impressive. It looks like perhaps that this is how you leave, maybe. So let's lay out these other areas to explore. I mean, I suppose that we might as well, maybe I don't need these for now. Let's see if I can just zoom in a little bit. Where's the... No, that certainly is not right. Okay. We can also do it this way. Oh, that's not very useful either, is it? Okay, here we go. It's this weird. I'm curious about this little shack here. It looks like a little mobile trailer home there. I can't. These are actually books. Piles of books here on the street. I was wondering what they were, but now I can see they're books. Let's talk to this guy. It looks like this is kind of a religious place, but maybe it's just the way they dress. All right. So I don't know where Jonathan has gone, but I'm going to do this look action here, 344. Okay, so one card I'm discarding. Let's start playing and see what Water Bank is like. Nice to get a feel from the people. See if we can figure out what Water Bank is all about. And remember to keep your eyes open for the symbol for our mission at the Great Library. It's a little book here. So if you see this book symbol, I really don't think I've got a handle on this today. Okay. This up like that. All right. Let's see what we've got. 344. It feels like, you know, this used to be bigger before. I was messing with it and I can see I used to be able to read this off the screen much better. I can fix that during break. An old man is busy sorting out the books piled up in his wagon. Prints, old maps, and music sheets hang from a string tied between two poles. So what has he got? Water damage here? Speak up, yells the pulp peddler. And then that's in the glossary. I'm a bit deaf. Say what? A what? Yes, yes, I must have that. No need to shout, all right? Did he even understand what you were looking for? Okay, that's if we do this action. All right, so clearly we're going to do this action. We get to keep one card, but because of our skill, we get keep two of these. Climbing. Which one is that again? It seems like I'm trying to think, what are we going to need to do? I hope we don't have to steal from this place we don't know. Consider does not seem very useful. I guess consider is kind of useful because anytime you draw a card during any test, you can take it. That is kind of useful. I'm going to switch it for Jack of all trades because we haven't done that. We haven't been using consider. All right, so the rest of these two go away. So I've done this action, although I really have to fix this to make it bigger on screen. I wonder if I can do that if you guys don't mind while we're here. Rather than wait for the next session. You can't see what I'm doing here, but I'm gonna... Oh, it's gonna be a little tricky to do this while we're here live. Okay, you're gonna see something here. John says we definitely okay, so this is our session 8. No one's watching this. So it's okay. We can do this a little bit informally. I'm going to try to fix something with the green screen. Let's see. I want to go to this. the front camera. Now it's a little too big. That's okay. That's okay. All right. Now at least we can read off the screen. Now it's pretty big. John says, yeah, we can look up the pulp peddler in the library, which we should do, but I've already paid for it, so I guess we're going to talk to him first. All right. This isn't the Great Library, though, so I'm not sure we should be looking for this guy to get this book. Okay, JF Duskin says we're ahead of him. All right, so you shouldn't be watching this then if we're ahead of you. You can come watch this when you finish it. You don't want to get spoilers here. All right, and then we'd want this to be put away. All right. Let's see, 1 week off, and I've forgotten how to do everything. But let's see. The old man rummages around in the stacks of books for a long time before pulling one out. Let's hope it's something worthwhile. If you're playing the scenario that, which we are, and you have at least one objective card, which we do not, read 181. Otherwise, take a 50 card. If you want to keep it, the involved character must return a total of 2 cards. We have to give him 2 barters to get a blessing, or not a blessing, whatever this 50 is. All right, let's see. Otherwise, return it. I don't think we're gonna keep this thing. I don't think we're getting anything. This berry. Look how interesting this is. So we've not seen this before. We have a card for these red berries, but for the first time, we've got a situation where different cards teach us different ways to use this fruit. Flower. So here was the ability we had before, if you see this on your terrain. Now, you could learn a little bit more about it. Oh, it's a book. 50s are the books, the built-in books. All right, so he's offering us a book that we can buy from him, but it's not the kind of book we're looking for. Now, as far as bartering items to give him, we don't really have stuff we want to barter. We have some stuff. We have some jam and stuff. We have a flute we could give him, but we can come back. So it's kind of interesting, actually, if you look at it, that you could come to this guy. Now, is it the symbol that tells you can't do it twice? No. So you could use this guy to go through the entire set of books. Keep asking him, see if you find a better book. I'm not interested in that one. You got a better one? But each time it'll cost you 2 cards, unless you have something to reduce that cost. And then, okay, and then you get to look at the book he has. And then if you want to keep it, you need to give him 2 cards. Otherwise, you just send it back, which is what I'm doing. So this is pretty cool, actually. I mean, we should remember that this guy is a place we can go trade for books. That's pretty fun, actually. We've got a little bookseller. All right, but our eyes are on the prize now. This is not the Great Library. It's just a different bookseller. And we'll come back to him later. All right, well, we might as well. There's no reason to prefer one direction over another. I'm just going to go look over here. Jonathan agrees. Better keep barter for later. All right, let's see what we've got here. Two women are arguing. There's a family resemblance between them, probably sisters. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, we can talk to them. I guess we're going to talk to them. We're sort of curious about Waterbank. Banish this card and go to read 390. Okay, so that's banished. This is over here. Can't see that. Okay. 390. Two sisters arguing. Okay. Let's see what we can do for these sisters. Remember that we do want to do some good deeds. We do have a side quest. Maybe I should remind ourselves of the side quest. And we should look at that glossary about the pulp peddler, although clearly it's about books. You are so stubborn, you know. I'm telling you, we need more. The two sisters bicker. The older of the two turns to you. You there, help, please. Mouse rats are infesting our cellar. Since the burrowers left us in peace, the vermin have multiplied faster than ever. I've ordered 14 dark squash seeds, which can each kill 6 of these rodents. A link is supposed to deliver them the day after tomorrow in the middle of the afternoon. Every evening, each pair of mouse rats gives birth to 2 to 3 mouse rat pups, which can reproduce the day after the next. There were 7 mouse rats the morning before yesterday, so I think I ordered enough seeds, but my sister claims otherwise. How many seeds do you think it will take to get rid of all the mouse rats? It's like a little SAT math question. So we have to write down the answer. All right, we have to do a little bit of math here. All right, get out your pen and paper and work on this. Let's see. Mouse rats, that's the name of our little group here. We are the mouse, what do we call ourselves? Mouse Whisperers. Okay, so this should be our, I'm not sure. We should be either trying to help these mouses, but that's not the question. Okay. She's got 14. That doesn't matter. Which each kill 6 of rodents. All right, how many do we need to get rid of all? Okay, so each seed, 1 seed per 6 mouse rats. All right. Now, it's supposed to deliver them the day after tomorrow. Every evening, pair gives birth to 3. In the evening, it gives birth to 3, and then they can't reproduce until for 2 days. Okay, 7, we start with 7, the morning before yesterday. Okay, so we start with 7. The morning before yesterday. And actually, I had an idea of doing this differently. And I don't even have I can see 1 day goes by and everything goes to hell. I was thinking we could actually use some physical components to do some of this. But I don't know. I don't quite have them out here. I don't have the components I was looking for, my little cubes. Maybe I need to get them. This isn't going to work. All right. I'm not going to get them. I'll get them next time. But I was thinking it would be easier to use actual physical cubes. Okay. Okay, we start with 7, morning before yesterday. So the next day, which is yesterday, they don't have any kids, but today they had kids. Okay, so each pair gives 3. So with 7, we've got 3 pairs. 3 pairs, and each of the pairs give birth to 3. So we have plus 9 today. Okay, 7 2 days ago, then plus 9 today. The person is coming the day after tomorrow in the middle of the afternoon. So that'll be time for a new set of babies. So today there should be 16. And then the day after tomorrow, the 8 pairs have two babies each, or did I say three, or did we say three? Three. Okay, so plus 24 by the time the next thing comes. So I get a total of 4 mouse rats by the time this guy comes, day after tomorrow. And since you need 1 seed for 6 mouse rats, you're going to need 7 seeds to kill 40. That's what I get. Jonathan says, I'm misreading the rules. Okay. Oh, I see. You might be right. I might be letting all of them reproduce. All right, let me look with the chat here. It's the offspring that can't reproduce until the day after the next. I think the parents could still reproduce again. I was actually thinking the opposite. I agree with you that I was reading it wrong, but I wonder if it's saying that the parents that already had offspring can't have new ones. That's tricky. Let's look at that again. I wouldn't mind if it wasn't 85 degrees in here. Okay, let's see. Every evening each pair. Okay, every evening each pair gives birth to 3, which can reproduce. Okay, so you're right. I think you're right. I see now. I was reading it too wrong. So only the new babies have to wait a day. Otherwise, all of them can. All right, let's start again then. 7 mouse rats the morning before yesterday. But do we know? The problem is we don't know which of those are ready to have babies. But okay, let's say 7 mouse rats. Morning before yesterday. And they all multiply in the evening. Okay, so you're saying in the first night, let's assume let's assume they're ready to have babies the first night. In the first night, tricky here, isn't it? In fact, it's very tricky to have this on screen. All right. I'm trying to figure out a way to show you both, but I can't really do it. All right. So we have the 7 mouse rats in the beginning, 2 days ago, the morning before yesterday. So let's say on the first night, you got 3 pairs. They each have 3, so you got plus 9. Those 9 can't have babies that night. But the original 7 still can, so we think another plus 9 on the every evening, the day after the next. Okay, that's a little ambiguous as well. Let's figure out our theory here. They reproduce in the evening. It says the pups can reproduce the day after the next. So the pups have a break for a day, but the adults can keep having babies. So the first day, what's a good way to do this? All right, let's try to be more systematic. It is all very vague, but okay, let's be more systematic. Let's pretend that Monday is the day when they're first seen. So there's 7 on Monday, we're gonna say. All right, I wish there was a better way for me to show everything here and still write on. Okay. Wow. I'm going to turn the air conditioner on properly. Let's see if you can hear it. How loud is that? That's pretty loud here, but let's turn it on for a little bit. Okay. So then the day before yesterday was Monday, and then yesterday was Tuesday. We're just going to say this so we can see better. And then Wednesday is tomorrow. And then Thursday is the day when the dealer is coming, right? The link is supposed to order them the day after tomorrow. Day before yesterday, today, tomorrow, and then the day after tomorrow. After tomorrow in the morning. Okay. Now we know how many days we have. Day after tomorrow. In the middle of the afternoon. Okay, so no time for reproducing on Friday. All right. So on Monday, each of the 3 pairs has 3 babies, so we get +9 here for a total of 16. But the idea is that those 16 can't have babies until, and this is the vague part, the day after the next day. So here's where these babies have babies here, right? Monday night, they add 9. And then Tuesday night, that same 7 have to add 9. Guess we should do it this way. So these 9 can have babies here. These 9s can't have babies till the day after next, which is here. When we get to here, these babies and these babies, these 16 of them, give birth to maybe we should write this differently. On Monday, these 7 have babies. 3 have babies, you get 9 babies here. These 9 babies can't reproduce until the day after. They can reproduce here. So on Tuesday, the same 7 can have babies again. Those babies can't reproduce that night or the next night, but the day after they can reproduce. So again, our same, by the time we get here, 7 happens again. They have their 9. Okay, they get here. So every night here, but so by the time we get here though, now we have 16 that can reproduce. So that's 8 pairs give 3. So they produce 24 babies here, which can't reproduce until here, which by here there's no reproducing allowed because the seeds are coming. But here we've got an additional 9. That gives us 33, or 16 pairs times 3 is 48 new babies. which can't have babies still here. So here's what I've got. We start with 7, they add 9. Then the original 7 add 9 again. By the time we get here, we've got a total of 24 new babies. And then by the time we get here, we've got 48 new babies. That's part. Let me just make sure. This would be the 7 plus the 9 plus the 9, 18, 25. I think this might be wrong. We've got 7 original, then plus 9 plus 9. 25 gives us 12 pairs. I don't know where I got, why I was getting 48 here. 12 pairs times 3. Now I think this is 36. But have I got that wrong? 7 has 9. And 9 again here. By the time here, we've got 16 that are ready to have babies. 8 pairs times 3 is 24. But by the time we get here, we've got 25 babies that are ready to reproduce, which is 12 pairs times 3, which is 36. So the way I calculate it, we've got 36 plus 24, 50, 60, 69, 78, 85. And Isara says 84. Jonathan says, I also got 85. Okay, well, that was a bit painful, but it feels like we're getting 85. Okay, but now the seeds kill 6 each. So 6 times what is 85? 6 times 6 times 14. 6 times 15 is 90. 6 times 14 is 84. So I guess we've got 15 seeds that are needed. Right? Each seed kills 6. How many seeds will it take? Okay, so they didn't order enough. But we're not asked if they have enough. How many seeds? So our answer is 15, which is enough to kill them with a little bit to spare. The only thing I guess we're struggling with a little bit is the language of this reproduce the day after the next. But okay, let's give it a try. Kind of crazy. How is the sound? It sounds like a train in here. 398 is the answer. What the hell? That can't be right. Read 210 to check the answer. Okay, I don't know where I got 398. All right, so it looks like we were right. Good work to the team. The correct answer is it takes 15 seeds to kill 85 mouse rats. If 15 was your answer, the two sisters share a few anecdotes, offer you a book, and seeds to plant. So we got some knowledge, we got some provisions, and we got a book. So actually, quite good. All right. Let's see if we can Add to our stats here. We got a book. We are now totally maxed out on books. 2 provisions. She gave us seeds. I guess we can use those to kill off any vermin we have. A 50 and a 150. So it looks like this town is all about books, which is very cool for us. I'd love to get more books. All right, let's see what book we got here. What the? Wait a minute. Really? Most of these 50s are not books. They're tell you to do something else. I don't like that. Take a 449, or maybe 449s are better books. Maybe 449s. Oh, I think it's directing us to get the new expansion books. So I'll bet that's what's happened. We've got books here. 50s are books, but what the expansion has thrown in is some books that redirect you to the big books. Yes, okay, so that's what it is. All right, let's see what double-sided book we got. The Tale of the Loaded Child. So this is from an expansion. It's a double-sided book. And then we're supposed to take a 150. All right, let me take my 150 and then we'll read. So 150 is the focused blessing. That can get us unconfused. All right, I'm going to put that out there. All right, let's read this book we got. Once upon a time, there was a family of modest farmers. Every evening at the table sat the mother, the father, and their 7 children. Benjamin, who, by a happy coincidence, was the youngest of the siblings, babbled, as children of that age do. He babbled, 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 so much that it became annoying. The words that came out of his young mouth were as unintelligible as they were charming. Baba, goo goo, titi, he babbled all the time. Father and mother, brothers and sisters would say to him, "Hush now," but Benjamin would turn a deaf ear and continue. One evening, in the middle of the meal, something incredible happened. Benjamin, in spite of himself, babbled a few words to which no one paid any attention, not even him, and golden coins fell on the table with a characteristic jingle. The child had accidentally uttered some magic incantation that would make golden coins appear. The parents soon realized that their fortune was made and asked the child to repeat the sentence. Brother, sister, father, and mother naively tried to reproduce what they thought they had heard, but no one could find the exact words the child had said. So that's the tale of the loaded child. And it says, when you put into play a permanent event where a golden coin can be seen, take a 154 card or return 3 glimmers of hope to take a 99. So this book's knowledge lets us turn glimmers into hope reborn more cheaply. Normally it takes 5. Now we can do 3. Or we take a 154. Now remember, we're looking for golden coins anyway because we have a side quest about that. They need to be found on a permanent event. So let's keep our eye open. We already got one permanent event. Here's an example of one. Did we miss any golden coins in this scene? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so another book we got. We'll just file that away in our books. And that was from helping the sisters that were over there. And then this gets banished. All right. Next up. I don't know why I'm having trouble with the Zoom today. It's not technically having trouble, just mentally remembering how to do it. Okay, 187. In the center of the square stands a broken fountain that has probably not had water flow through it for cycles. Nearby, the arches of a building open onto a vast room from which a few customers emerge. Look at this city. It is seriously built out. There's some stonemasons. Wow, look at this cool thing. There's a statue, a monument of a guy with holding like a bag of coins, maybe, in a dried up fountain. And then we could go, it looks like we could go look at it, although I'm not sure that's what it's looking at. Roofs are in pretty good shape. This town's doing well. I wish I remembered what that caravan from Waterbank was, what they told us why they were leaving or going from. All right, so this is over here. We're visiting it. Let me attach it. All right, I mean, we should walk over to that thing, shouldn't we? I'm kind of curious what that fountain is. And then an IX. Now, the IX here, that was the same as in the city of Kel, right? IX is generic city events. All right, let us take a look at that 348. Did I pay to move in there? I didn't. Let me pay a card. So we're drawing lock picking. Now we're in this city. I kind of feel like maybe this is the one time when we might care about lock picking. We've got these lock picking cards we were so excited about, but they're really not that useful. And probably we won't need to fight so much. I'm just, for fun, going to be cycling these things out. So I'm going to keep lock picking. Maybe we'll have the opportunity to pick some locks there. All right, so let's go over and check out this 348. So there's a card. Paid to go to 348, and now I did pay to walk in there. Let's see, and we're looking for our symbol as well. Let's not forget. All right, 348. You walk towards the center, the counter, at the back of the room where a woman greets you with a smile. I guess we walked in. I thought we were going to be looking at this fountain here, but I guess we're going inside to some restaurant. Good day. My grandfather and his father before him were farriers, but we've only shoed a smattering of horses in the past many cycles, apart from the carriages of the gurgling coaching inn, which provides connections to Kell and Waterbank. Okay, here we go. On the other hand, we can fix almost anything, and I must have some gladius and gambesons left if you're interested. We don't need gladius. We got better weapons than that. But we can give her 2 barter to unblock a weapon so she can fix stuff for us. We don't have any weapons blocked. All we have blocked is skill cards. That might mean we're not playing very optimally, that we never have stuff to unblock. Or we can give her a barter to take a gambeson, which we've never seen before. We've never seen a gambeson. We do have a flute we don't need. We could give her this barter of flute. We don't need it because we got a woman who can produce music. But I think what we need to do here, I don't see any gold coins on the table either. John says, I think we should hold on to barter until we have finished our objective. Then we can use any leftover barter. I agree with you. I think thematically, the only thing is, I'm going to ask this lady to show us what a gambeson looks like. I think that's something she'd be willing to do. She's like, what? You never heard of a gambeson? What should it be? We don't know, but I'm going to ask about a gambeson. Lady, what is a gambeson? We're new to these parts. We don't know. It's a leather jacket. We don't want this. We've seen so many of these all over town. That's what a 290 is. A gambeson is a little leather jacket. She doesn't have anything we want. She literally does not have stuff we want. She's got a nice big gold box. I'll take that. But other than that, she doesn't have anything we want here. Although it does sound like I'm a little nervous that they're all about weapons so far in this place. Like, we expect to need to use our weapons in town? I hope not. We might want to consult our map at some point to see if we can't notice any gold coins. All right, so that wasn't useful to us, and we're not allowed to look at this fountain. I mean, we can look at it from here, but so the town's in a little bit of disrepair, but looks pretty good. All right, let's head west. I'm gonna flip this. Let's see what we got here. A giant horn emerges from a pile of rubbish and growls at your approach. It has obviously been abandoned. Perhaps it just wants to find a new owner. Now, this is interesting. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. Take 2 13s to try your luck. If you reveal 2 your jinx, the hound bites you. Very unlikely to get 2 jinxed. I mean, unlikely, not very unlikely. So you could try to walk away. We might get bitten. Or we could give him some food. Let's see. So we could just try to pet him. 1 card, we need 3 successes. Or if we give him food, 1 card, 1 success, and we make friends with him. And if we fail, he bites us. All right, well, nothing you could say or do could convince me not to make friends with this dog. So, and we do have food. We have generic food we don't care about. Don't tell the dog. But we can share some food with him. All right, so I'm going to return one of our foods. And we just need to make sure we get 1 success here on a gift action. So we're absolutely giving him food. The channel agrees. I'm going to draw 3 cards. With 3 cards, 1 of these should be a full star. Is there anyone we can... Where's our people to help us? I don't think they're any good helping us with this, but maybe we'll take the one of them just so that we can turn flags into stars if we need to. And if we somehow fail to get it, we could even use this to draw another one. Probably we should only draw 2 cards, but I'm going to draw 3 just because I don't want to lose this dog. Okay, well, the first 2, in fact, were failures, but this one does have a single success on it. So we did succeed with 1 card, 1 success. We made friends with the dog. Okay. We should not, this is not the right woman we should have taken for the dog. I think she's a little harsh. This other woman would have been better. But all right, doesn't matter. The dog liked us. All right, so the hound horned licks our hand. I'm giving back the food. And it sounds like we may have a little doggy here. Take a 180 card. So far, we have found these cities to be pretty exciting. All right, so there's 3 180 cards. Let's see which one we get. And then discard this. All right, let's see what we got. Whoa, we found a hunting hound. Powerful beast with a brown coat and an exceptional sense of smell. So he's good at trapping, searching, and navigating. But if you use him and you roll a 1, he disappears. All right, so there might be other hounds as well that do different things. But this is the first one we've met. And it's an animal, okay? Not a companion, an animal. So you could select this in addition to a companion. 2 successes. Wow, that's pretty good. So anytime we have to do this test, or this, we can use this guy. That's pretty amazing. And it doesn't weigh anything. I mean, he carries his own weight, so that's pretty great. I'll put this with our accompanying people, our companions. We are pretty tricked out at this point. All right. In fact, it's kind of overwhelming to manage all this at that point. Should we name the dog? What should we name the dog? Well, that's a good question. Why don't we think about that while we take our first break? Where did the dog go? Oh, okay. So there's your assignment. While we're on break, figure out a name for this hunting hound. It's not easy to pronounce for an English speaker. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. All right, so we're gonna call this guy Brownie, and then maybe we'll get different colored dogs, and that'll be the best way for us to remember him. This seems very good. In our early playthroughs, I was reading one of the rules wrong about the broken knives. They only roll to see if they break when they fail, but the dogs can run away every time you use them. But only 1 out of 6 chance. That's pretty darn good. Although I think maybe we were seeing that you lose the dogs when you do the prep step in the next scenario unless you have a pen. I'm not sure about that. All right, let's resume our game. 213, we went west. Let's see what we see here. The vast building in front of you still looks impressive, despite the destruction it has suffered. From time to time, a silhouette appears fleetingly in the frame of one of the large doors leading to the interior of the library. From the opposite building, you hear the chisel strokes of a stonemason. So it sounds like we found the library. Whoa, look at that. It's taken some real damage. Lots of stonemasons in this town. Look at all those books. Boy, it looks like something attacked their library, though. Okay, and there's another one of those traveling little pop-up trailers. So we can look at it, or we can talk to them about it. I suppose we should look first and then talk. All right, let's put this out here. We found the library. We found our goal, our destination. And it looks very impressive, but it looks damaged. Let's hope no one ran off with the book we need. All right, so I'm going to pay 2 cards to look. We don't have anything that helps us. Well, wait a second. We do. We could drop this cost -3, but boy, that would be a waste. All right, so let's just pay our 2 cards. Let's just pay our 2 cards here to look at it. 236. Jonathan says, don't forget. You keep forgetting. You got to move over there and pay to move. Okay, so I'm going to pay this card to move. If we wanted to, we could keep this card. I don't like that card. All right, so there we go. 236 I paid to move. Boy, that is, I don't know why that's so hard to figure out, to remember to do. Maybe it's because we're using this thing that's flat. Maybe if I was using the stand-up figure, it wouldn't, I wouldn't forget it. But we've got our first, is that our mission? That does not look like it. I thought ours was a book, but maybe I wasn't. It does look like the right shape. That is not our card. It's a little different. Boy, that looks similar though. All right, so we don't, that is not actually our card. This is our card. You wander between the shelves, which are crammed with books of all kinds. I didn't mean to wander between the shelves. I thought I was just looking at it from down here. Okay, anyway. A lifetime would not suffice to take them all in, but that doesn't stop you from examining books at random, just in case they might prove useful. This has not happened yet, you realize, as you put down a book of poetry with a blue cover decorated with beautiful gilding. Oh, look at this. Immediately after this is revealed, take a 13. If Lady Luck is on your side, +1 knowledge, and unblock a skill card. Boy, this feels like you don't see any numbers here, do you? Because this sure seems like a good time to see a number. I see a little H in the wood, but I don't see any numbers. Blue book. I'd like to find some blue paint, but I don't see anything here of value to us. All right, well, let me just do this 13 thing, even though it's not worth using up anything to get the right answer. We don't really care about knowledge. We're already maxed out. Okay, so here's our 13. We're jinxed. Just return this. We're not going to bother to try to improve that. So we didn't get that. But now, yeah, I see some open books, but no numbers, no cards. No numbers, no coins. All right, so I'm just gonna attach this here where it lives. That was kind of strange. It feels strange that that's what we got out of that. It feels like we should have gotten something more out of that. All right, well, let's talk to this person, 244. We still haven't gotten any mission-specific cards, which is kind of strange. Lost among the piles of books on the table, several people are immersed in thick tomes. Is no one going to tell us why this place is all smashed up? Look at this guy studying at this table. He's got a little pan to catch the water dripping in. He's got some scrolls. This chair is up on a book because of its broken leg. All because of this thing that's happened that's like earthquakes all over the town. All right, you approach a table to talk to one of the readers. So this costs us 3 cards. It's a talk action. We don't have anyone who's good at talking. The dog doesn't want to talk to him, so we have to pay the full 3. But we could keep 2 of these cards. 1 + 1 because of our special ability. So we could take an on the double, which we don't really care about. That's running. Intuition, looks at the top 3 cards. That's always good. Inspiration, grab cards from the discard back to our hand. That's great. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep for sure inspiration. I'll get rid of lockpicking because inspiration lets us go get lockpicking. And then do we want intuition to tell us how easy the next test is going to be? I feel like yes. I'm going to keep the heal. Well, I'm just trying to think. We might. Well, let's do this for fun, just for the hell of it. I'm going to get rid of heal. We can go get that out if we need it. So far, well, I don't know. I mean, do we think we're going to run into someone who needs healing? We might. All right, let's get rid of... It feels like in town we might want this. All right, I'll keep healing for now. We'll put away spare no effort. I'm going to put that there. Then we're going to use intuition right away to look at the top 3 cards here. And they have to be put back in the same order. This just tells us that our next test... Wait, have we already done this yet? Yes, that's what I'm keeping from this. Okay, so I'm just going to put these back on the deck in the same order. So this is actually useful to know because these are not great success cards, but there are 2 symbols. So I'm just going to put these face up so we'll remember we saw these so we don't have to remember what they say. Why are you not seeing that? Oh, because of that. Okay, all right. So now we're going to talk to this guy, 81. And he attaches like that. You can't see that because it's down there. Okay. All right, let's see what he has to say. Good day, he says. You can talk to one of the people reading at the table, read 173 or 232, or 140 or 125. If you're playing the scenario book, which we are, we can also read 120. So we could spend some time just talking to people here. Jonathan says, oh, there's a question. I guess they're talking. Okay, I'll let you guys. That's completely fine for you guys to be having discussions on your own. No need for me to intrude. Okay, so we got a bunch of people we can talk to, and for sure we want to remember, because we're playing the book, that we should read 120. Well, let's start with the one that's important to us, 120, but I need some like bookmark here. Okay, there we go. All right, let's talk to someone. Let's ask someone about our mission here. You're about to interrupt one of the readers when an old man intercepts you. Please respect the quiet of the library and do not disturb anyone. Some people come from far away to study our books. Please tell me what I, a humble librarian, can do for you, he says as he moves you away from his patrons in an effort to keep things quiet. And we say, Ninidazur's Citadel is struck by a strange evil brought back from Dadachaem's lair by former soldiers. They have probably been contaminated by one of the Necro-Druid's experiments. I was told about the titanic work you had started to gather all the knowledge of the world in one place. What an extraordinary goal you have set for yourself. I hope to find information in your library to help fight this scourge. You said it yourself. Our undertaking is titanic. I don't have a moment to myself, but I wish you luck in your search. If your score is 15 or higher, and or you have at least one objective card, read 133. Well, we don't have an objective card, but we do have an influence of 15. So we can read 133. Otherwise, it feels like I just want to look at these other things. If you didn't, you could try to negotiate with him or carry books so he can examine your request. I wonder if any of these would give us objective cards. It doesn't matter, though, because our influence is 15 or higher. It's actually 23. Look at this nonsense. All right, so we're going to read 133. He says, I have good news and bad news. Which one do I start with? Just kidding, that's a rhetorical question. The good news, then. After the reversal, one of Dadachaem's scribes joined Waterbank with several codices saved from the Citadel. The bad news, he's dead. He spent his life in the library, so to speak, and ended up falling from one of the ladders we used to reach the upper shelves. Are we going to bring this guy back to life? He was trying to grab a book about the law of falling objects. Ha, how ironic. He chuckles before pulling himself together. Anyway, his books must be stored here somewhere. Can you tell me where I can find them? My good man, you have no idea how much work I have to do. I have to sort out hundreds of books of poetry, tens of bestiaries, few more volumes of culinary alchemy, and that's just for today. Pointing to the bookshelves all around you, he concludes with a wink. Have a look for yourself. All right, so now it tells us. Take a 101 card. That's an objective card. We got our first objective. That's pretty exciting. No, 101 isn't an objective. What is it then? Yes, it is. All right, we got objective 1. That's exciting. Now we can help him look 5 cards 0 or 0 if you have 2 or more. We don't have 2 or more, so it's very expensive to look. And then if you have found the answer to this riddle, what riddle? Whose number matches the number of books to be inventoried. If it's not the right dialogue, you lose 5 cards. Or if you have the task to be done card, we don't have a task to be done. We do have some things. We have that package we're supposed to deliver, remember? But I don't think we have a task to be done. We have a parcel to deliver, which is an exciting card, but not a task to be done. Okay, so if a task to be done, we can do that. Or we could talk to more people reading in the library, or just postpone it. He says, you have no idea how much work I have to do. I have to sort out hundreds of books of poetry, tens of bestiaries, and a few more volumes of culinary alchemy, and that's just for today. It's kind of weird. If you have an answer to the riddle, the number of books to be inventoried. Feels like something's missing from that question. What are we missing here? What am I missing? He says, I have to sort all these books. And then it says to help him inventory these books. The number of books to be inventoried. And he says, have a look for yourself. Pointing to the bookshelves all around you, he concludes with, have a look for yourself. I wonder if, John says, maybe it was the space we went to. I wonder if it doesn't mean... I wonder if it doesn't mean to count these books here. No, surely we can't count those. This is the old man. This is not the librarian, though. This is just someone reading. And then this was just one specific bookshelf. I don't know why we would assume What if it seems like maybe we should talk to the other people. Maybe there's a dialogue with one of them that tells us a little bit more about what's to be inventoried. Let's talk to more people. It says go to 81, which I think was the place we went to originally. Yes, okay, let's talk to more of these people. Let's see if we can't get a better idea of what's going on here before we try to answer that riddle. 173, 232, 140, or 125. Okay, let's start with 173 then. Let's see what people are up to here in this library. Okay. Okay. According to this excellent bestiary, there's a species of birdmen with limited intelligence, but with a language close to ours, and a mythology that is somewhat far-fetched. They would have lived in communities in large trees, each led by a leader. Their species is apparently misanthropic, but they are nonetheless peaceful, unlike the blue giants. Apparently, one of these groups lives behind the carbon line in the wingborn forest, he says, closing a book with an orange cover. Take a 150 if you want to start a dialogue with another reader. Read 180. All right, so 150. There are no 150s, so we don't get it. So he did tell us something we might want to put in our notes, though, where these bird species that don't like humans, but they're peaceful, can be found. So let's make a note. So at Waterbank, we learned bird people are beyond the carbon line in wingborn forest. Okay. All right. 150, and we have too many 150s. What are the 150s? What did our notes say 150s are? Oh wait, I mean we must have some in our possession, but blessings. They're blessings. They're just the focused blessings. Okay, let's talk to someone else. How about 232? We'll just go through these in order. All right, who's next? We've come a long way to talk to these people. This library is such a mess. It's impossible to find a book without the librarian. I tried once, spent 3 days in here to no avail. Unfortunately, the librarian is overworked, so when I need a particular text, I go to the pulp peddler at the entrance to the town. The wagon he carries his books in always seems to be in disorder, but he's unbeatable at finding specific books. That is, when he understands what I'm looking for, because he's old and can't hear much anymore. Take a 150, which is the focus, if you want to start a dialogue. Okay, so the pulp peddler, remember the pulp peddler had a special thing that said if you have one objective, you can ask him for a specific book. So I think maybe we could go back to him. Jonathan is saying that he's figuring out a clue here. John says, I think that the different book types have different colors. We know the colored books mention these dialogues, then count the amount of those colored books in the permanent event card to get the answer to the riddle. Okay, so we were told he wants bestiary books. All right, so Jonathan says that the bestiary books were, I think Jonathan is thinking right. Okay, let's see. So this guy's reading a bestiary, And it is book with an orange cover. Okay, so Jonathan says we need to keep track of the colors of the different books. We found one that was blue when we first looked around, right? So the bestiaries are yellow. All right. And what did he want? He said 133. I'm just looking again what his riddle was. He says hundreds of books of poetry, tens of bestiaries, and a few more volumes of culinary. So we also need to know the color of poetry and then culinary alchemy cookbooks. All right. If Jonathan is right, we've got that. All right. And then 232, we read, and he says he can't find any books. He's not looking for anything in particular. Okay, 140 is another person we can talk to. Let's see what he has to say. Shh, shh, says a young reader, irritated by the interruption. The bearded man you addressed delves back into his book, discouraged by the intervention of his neighbor. Take a 13 card, try your luck. If Lady Luck is on your side, read 81. If you're jinxed, no reader will chat with you right now, and you'd have to do this action again. That's kind of annoying. All right. I don't know if we want to pay for this. So we've tried to talk to someone, and now it wants us to test our luck to see if we're kicked out. Lady Luck is on your side. Okay, so we get to keep asking people. So 140 was a dead end here. Last one we have is 125. Are you also a great lover of books? You see, I come here every day when my rheumatism doesn't keep me in bed. Mushrooms are my passion. I want to know everything about them, how to dehydrate them, how to fry or simmer them. In short, all the ways to prepare them, not to mention the remedies, but between you and me, I prefer to eat them fried rather than powdered. You continue talking until the bearded man hands you a book from his pile. I must say I like you, and I want you to have this. This passage here is most interesting. I advise having a look at it. Take a 226 card. Banish a 226 from the adventure deck without revealing it. Okay, a 226 card, huh? Well, he's reading about cooking, but we're not told what his book looks like. Are we? So there's two 226 cards. It wants us to take one and banish the other. But according to Jonathan's theory, we should be getting the color of this book. Okay, I'm banishing one. And we're getting the other one. What? I'm tired of that mushroom. Is there a better one? Nah. Capturante. All right, so we already have a Capturante. It's just another way to make sure when we eat these, we don't get poisoned. We got 3 of these. So basically, every time we eat mushroom, we're going to be guaranteed that it's not poison. I guess that's good. But that's it, huh? I mean, it is a cookbook, so it is interesting, but we don't get the color of it. And now we seem to have been through all the people who are reading there. There's some water alarms, so I have to pause and take a break now and see what's going on. We'll be back in 8 minutes. We're back. A little bit of a false alarm. I have these water alarms in various places in the house so that if there's a flood or leaking pipe or something, they go off. But occasionally they go off on false alarms. So we were talking about what to do. We have an objective card, so it makes sense to go back to the book peddler here and ask him about books. I still think Jonathan's idea about the color of books was intriguing, and I was wondering if we knew what color of books we were looking for, could we pick them? Could we actually count them on that card? I mean, it's clear it's asking us. I'm going to bring this over. If we had a clear, good view of this, could we count the yellow, the red? Doesn't seem really like we could. So I don't know how to answer that unless we find someone who has records of how many books are in here. So that's a very weird thing. That riddle doesn't feel like a riddle, so I'm not sure how to, what sense to make out of that. Okay, so we're probably going to leave here. Have we done this? Yes. This is the woman selling us that wants to sell us worthless junk. That's the librarian. That's this. And then we went here and we didn't know what to make of it. What was the... Where did we read about the blue book? I thought that was here, but I don't see this telling us to read anything. So, am I misremembering something? Oh, it was on the back of this. Let's look at the back of these cards. Let's look at the back of the librarian card, which was 240, which was the back of this one. Okay, so if this one He realizes you put down a book of poetry with a blue cover. I think now Jonathan was onto the right idea. So poetry is blue. Bestiaries are yellow. And I'll wonder if at the back of this guy is going to be the color of... No. We need to reread that. It's clear Jonathan was on the right track. It's clear Jonathan was on the right track about colors. Jonathan says, no, the bartering was not here. You're right. The bartering was not where I said it was. The bartering was here. So actually, have we not done this one? Bestiaries were yellow, I think we said. Isaurus says, were they orange? Bestiaries are orange, not yellow. Okay, so I wrote it down wrong. Bestiaries are orange. So, all right, and we just met the guy who likes cookbooks. He must mention the color there. Or it's this guy. And we're meant to think, it may be that we're meant to know that it's this guy we're talking to, and his books are green. So I think maybe, let's reread him again. 125 was the guy who likes mushrooms. He says, or maybe it's because actually he gave us a mushroom book. I wonder if the color of that book is on it. Is that going to be the answer? I think, look at this. I want to show you something. This is so interesting. We talked to this guy. He loves mushrooms, right? And how to cook them. And he gives us a 226. Vanisher 226. Now look how odd this is, because our other mushroom books for the Capt Arante are just these generic 50 cards, right? This one specifically gives us this card. Has nothing on the back. And it says, the chapter of this culinary alchemy mentions a supposedly edible variety of mushrooms. So we just said it's another one of these stupid books. But I think we're meant to know that this is a green book. I think we're meant to know that this is a green book. It's a special version of this card. It's not generic. It is a cookbook. I think the cookbooks are green. I really do think that that's the answer to the color puzzle. And in fact, I think maybe a hint of them here is that I want you to have this. This passage is most interesting. I advise having a look at it. We took this too casually. It gives you a book from his pile. I want you to have this. I advise having a look at it. We need to take this more careful. Look at this more carefully. So we have 3 books that are about mushrooms. The 50s look like this. Talks about a supposedly edible variety of mushroom that appears to thrive in dry, dark environments. It explains how to prepare it, how to avoid the dangerous side effect. Okay, and then here's the new one we just got. How is it different? The consequence is the same. This part is the same. But this part is different. How is it different? It talks now that it's specifically a culinary alchemy book. Dry, dark environments, how to prepare it to bring out the full flavors. So the difference in text is that this one tells us it's a culinary alchemy book. And it's very subtle, but I believe it is having us understand the significance that this is the third color of the book, and Jonathan's theory is right. We now have the color of each of the books he's trying to catalog: orange, blue, and green. All right, now let's find that riddle thing again. All right, here it is. Let's crack this. You have no idea how much work I have to do. I have to sort through. What's happening? Why is it not? Insects, water. What is it doing? Where is it going? My zooming seems like it's malfunctioning today. All right. I have to start hundreds of books of poetry, tens of bestiaries, and a few more volumes of culinary. So he's got hundreds of blue poetry, tens of orange bestiaries, and a few green culinary. And then he says, have a look for yourself. And we're supposed to find the number of books to be inventoried. Hundreds, poetry, hundreds, tens, and ones. Jonathan is saying it's a 3-digit number. I think Jonathan is on the right track with this puzzle. So if we think of a 3-digit number, we got a hundreds place, a tens place, and a ones place. He says hundreds of books of poetry, that's blue. And then tens of bestiaries, which are orange. And then a few alchemy culinary, which is green. So blue, orange, green. Hundreds, tens, ones. So what do we think? Could this be letter counts? Could it be 4, 6, 5? Hundreds of books of poetry, tens of bestiaries, few more volumes of culinary alchemy. And that's just for today. Have a look for yourself. Jonathan says, I think we need to count the number of colored books on the event cards, maybe both event cards. That's the that's the part that I'm a little confused about. But if we think about Jonathan's thing, so where do we meet this guy? We meet this guy, here's where we started talking to him, and maybe this is the librarian. So if we look at this, if we're counting in both places, we've got how many greens? 1, 2, 3. I know it's hard for you to see it. Maybe it's easier if I bring it over here and put it on this view. All right, so if you look at the green books here, and we count them on the first card, I'll call this the old man card. We have 3 green, we have 3 orange or yellow. I think those count as orange. And it looks like 0 blue books. And then Jonathan's saying maybe on both cards, if we look at this card, we've got 2 blue on this card. We'll call this the library card. It does make sense that we're meant to use this card also. And how many green do we have here? It looks like 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5. I count 5 green on this card. And orange, I see 3. I think maybe this card is the only card we're meant to look at. Have a look for yourself. And that's the action here, is the look action. It says, have a look for yourself. We took the look action. That's what got us this card. So I think we're just meant to count on this card, which was Jonathan's theory. All right, so I get 2 blue books, 3 orange books, and 5 green books. One of the open books looks a little green. You're saying this book looks green. I think you might be right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yes, I think you're right. Okay, so 2 blue, 3 orange, 6 green. Is that what you think, Jonathan? 2 blue, 3 orange, 6 green. I think Jonathan has figured this riddle out. I really do. All right, so, and then the only question is whether we're supposed to add it to this lower card. Well, you can try multiple times. Each time, however, that you look up and you're wrong, you pay a high price. Not only that, but we have to pay 5 cards unless we have 2 or more objectives. So I still think we're supposed to come back here. So I think maybe we take a detour, visit the book peddler, and then if he gives us an objective card, we'll come back here. Because I'd rather not have to draw 5 cards for this. All right, but I think Jonathan's figured it out, which is pretty great, Jonathan. All right, so, and Jonathan does think we need to combine them too. Okay, well, let's put it off. Let's come out here. So we didn't look at this yet, huh? All right, let's go look at this then. One card, which is a waste of my peeking ahead at cards. You follow the tinkling of tools to a workshop where craftsmen are shaping blocks of stone. Oh, it's the stonemason is over here. The master cutter greets you, holding out a large hand covered with a thin white dusting. We're rebuilding the city district by district. There's no shortage of work. Well, look at this. As you can see, we're short of hands. Would you like to help us? For pay, of course. 15 cards to help. Let's see. What do we get if we help? We get an influence, a 49, a 13. If we're lucky, we get a 149 and a 199. That would be a Hope Reborn. No. What is a 199? It's not Hope Reborn. It's some barter item. Why do I keep thinking it's Hope Reborn? 99 is Hope Reborn. Okay, so no Hope Reborn here. That's a lot of work. Or we could block an artisan, which we still don't have. Didn't we meet an artisan at some point? We don't have an artisan, so I don't think we're going to help with this. It's not that important. But we could talk to this guy. 135, or if the quest Carving Out a Living is initiated. All right, well, we don't have Carving Out initiated, but we might as well talk to this guy, 135, and learn a little bit more about stonemasonry. He says, that's not only the labor force that's lacking. The small quarries nearby are starting to run dry. We've been using them extensively for a cycle now, and we don't really have the time or resources to find new sources of supply. Write down Carving Out a Living on the side quest. So we got a new side quest. That is exciting. Carving Out a Living. We haven't gotten a new side quest in a while. Okay. 135. And it says 3 feather cards in the world map mention quarry or mine or rockery. Check initiated. Quarry, mine, or rockery. Okay, so that wants feather cards. We definitely don't have 3 with it. We might have 1, though. We sort of know where 1 mine or 2 are on the map. All right, so we got a side quest from that guy. And or if it's initiated, we could come back there after we find 3 places. So I guess we're finding places to tell him about. But for now, it doesn't help us. All right, let's see if Jonathan is okay with us leaving the library, or should we complete the library here because it'll take us just as long to get back. So let's see, if we leave, 1, 2, we have to come back, it'll cost us 1, 2 cards, but maybe if we have to travel too far away, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's almost worthwhile to take care of it now. We're not helping build that thing on our own for 15 cards just to get a little bit of barter item. It's not worth it. But I'm now having second thoughts about, I think we should just pay for this rather than come back. So let's do this library now rather than come back, because it'll take us 5 cards to come back. All right, where is our librarian's riddle? Okay, so here we are. So I was saying we should come back and do this so we get 0 cards, but by the time we get back here, we'll have spent those cards anyway. So I think we just, unless we think we're going to get better answer to the riddle, we'll just pay these 5 cards. 3. Is there anything? We don't need successes, but is there any? We don't have any card that helps us pay for this more cheaply. Well, we do. We could use Watchful to draw 3 less cards, but that seems like... Or we can grab 2 cards from our discard. Do we have any card here that's... could make this cheaper? We're just looking for something to make it a little cheaper than 5 cards. No. All right. Never mind. Let's just do it. All right. So we're gonna spend 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's our 5 cards. Now we're gonna try to guess. If we're wrong, we're gonna lose another 5 cards. So we'd rather not. We're gonna look up the dialogue. Now, Jonathan, who figured out this puzzle, the nature of it, wants to add up both cards. So if we add up both cards, then the answer is 2, 6, 9. If we add up both cards. Assuming here is 0, 3, 3. So 0 blue on this card, 3 orange. Do we need to look at this card again? Because I'd rather not be wrong about this. So I counted 0 blue books, 3 orange books, 1 down there, 1 over here, and 1 behind this guy, 3. And then 3 green books, all here, 1, 2, 3. Unless the book he's reading is blue, and it kind of looks black to me. Jonathan says, something to think about, though. We need to barter to go back over the bridge. We don't need barter to go over the bridge near our citadel. Otherwise, we'll have to take a slightly longer route. Oh, yes, you're right for that. All right. We might want to do mental math if 15 cards is worth us not taking the longer route if it ensures us to barter. I see what you're saying. All right, well, let's do this first, but yes, you have a point. All right, so Jonathan is the person who figured out this puzzle. So we're going to go with Jonathan's intuition about adding these cards. The only thing that I think argues against that is he says, take a look around, and that is the look action. But I could go either way. All right, so we're going to try Jonathan's idea of combining numbers from both cards. That gives us 269. If that fails, this is our primary guess. If that fails, then this is going to be our secondary guess. But it will cost us a lot of cards if we have to guess twice. But Jonathan's intuitions were right about this, so here we go. 269. We've already paid to do the action. Okay, Looks like Jonathan was right, although I don't know why. I don't know why it didn't have a better answer for us. Don't look. Don't peek. I don't know why it didn't have a little thumbs up, but it definitely seems like the right thing. So it says, if you have the right answer, if you have the answer, read the dialogue. If it's not the right answer, punish it. All right, so I looked up 269. Let me just take a quick look at 236, which was our second guess. No, Jonathan was absolutely right. Jonathan was 100% on the right wavelength with this puzzle. Okay, so 269, here we go. Jonathan figured out the puzzle. Let's read it. The librarian leads you to a far corner of the library, where he points to a shelf. Third shelf from the bottom. Please put the book back in its place when you are finished consulting it, he says in a tone of voice that will not be disputed. You pull out of the cabinet a manuscript stained with multicolored blotches. To your great disappointment, its content is incomprehensible. A code might allow you to decipher its text, but where to find it? Take a 102. Okay, so that 102 is another objective card, our second objective. Fantastic. And now we can try to decode it. If we pass, we get a third objective card. If we fail, we take a 156, which I don't know what it is. We can only use 2 cards to get 7 successes. That seems a little difficult. However, we do have a woman who's good at deciphering magic codes. But the best she can do is let us use 2 cards instead of 3. And then she can turn 2 flags into a success. That's going to be very hard to get 7. Huh. What is a 156? If we fail at this, what happens to us? We don't know what... I think a 156 is some sort of blessing. Whoa, Jonathan says this card that we've been carrying around this whole time just for this purpose gives 3 successes. Very good catch. Okay, so I think we're going to be able to do this then. All right, let's get this back out. And here it is here. Okay, so we're going to use our Arcanist to let us use 3 cards. With 3 cards, if we draw, say, 5 of them, we should absolutely get at least 3 successes. Or let's say at least 2 with 3 cards. So that's 2. Then this would be 3, 4, 5. Then we need to conjure up 2 more in an emergency. This card here would let us draw before we let's see. It is red, so we're not allowed to do any other actions. So we can't use inspiration to grab more cards. We're still going to have a hard time at 3. We can't take a break from this and prepare. That's what sucks. But okay, so here's 3 successes. We don't have many flags, though, but we do have some wild cards. But that's still 3, 4, 5, 6. We absolutely could do this. Let me just see. Oh my God, look at this card we've been carrying around. Orders. So if we use this with her, that will give us 2 more successes. So 3, 4, 5, and then we only need to get 2 on our own. We can absolutely do that. All right, so we're gonna do this. So we're gonna use the Arter's Poison. We're gonna use the Arter's Poison. It might be overkill, but it feels like now's the time to use it. So 3, 4, 5, when we use it with her. Just I'll bring this over here. All right, so she's deciphering for us. She's letting us keep 3 cards, which we should get 2 successes. So 5, 6, 7. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. And then you can see this here. Now it might be that we are overkilling this by a little bit. I mean, it might be that this 156, can you see that? Why is it? It might be that we really don't need to go so crazy, because 156 might help us do this. But I don't think we get, I'm not sure we get a second shot at this, so we better do it right. All right, so we're using Watchful and Orator's Poison and our Arcanist Woman, all 3 of these. This lets us draw less cards, but we still need to draw cards because we've got 3, 4, 5. We need 2 on our own. So I think we'll do 4 cards with 3 of them. We need 2 successes. If we get super lucky, we can avoid using this, but probably not. All right, here we go. So we can use 3 of these cards. So we didn't get particularly lucky here. We got pretty, I guess we've got 3 stars. This is as good as we can do with 3 cards. All right, so we've got 3 of our own. 4, 5, 6. And then we absolutely do need to use this. So it's good we use these both. We didn't get, well, we got 1 flag, so we needed to use this. It was smart that we used it. I guess we could have drawn more cards if we wanted to do it a different way. But I think we did the right thing. We used up our Orator's Potion. That gets discarded. We used up Watchful, which gets blocked. Boy, that was a nice handy card. Well, we knew it might be come in handy on this, in this town. So we did great. We did succeed. We take a 103, so we've got another objective. We have 3 now. And we get to read 131. It was very thematic that that woman decoded it for us. She is so good at her job. Let's see what she says. All right. Amidst the details of the Necro Druid's work, you find the passage that interests you. I have finally succeeded in producing the ultimate weapon. Silky cocoons whose growth, slow on mineral, accelerates prodigiously in contact with organic matter and at the slightest aggression. Once they reach maturity, They release spores into the air, which eventually form living agglomerates. The size and aggressiveness of the resulting creatures depends on the quantity of spores. The only way to destroy the cocoons is to use their natural predator, the funeral caterpillar. According to an ancient codex, in aged mortuary rites, the organs of the deceased were placed in a jar to be cleansed of any putrefaction by the caterpillars. Organs could survive, and there are accounts of lungs that continued to expel air several cycles after being removed from their owner's body. Oh, it continues. Boy, this woman did a good job translating this. Okay. I sent a group of gardeners to look for graves containing these urns. They brought one back from the foundations, an underground world whose entrances, large circular stone slabs, open only on occasion. After unsuccessful attempts to get through the entrance located north of my citadel, they finally located an entrance to the east of the Forbidden City. Naturally, I made sure they could never speak of their discovery again. No one but I must have access to these caterpillars, because whoever has them can destroy the cocoons. For this reason, I will design creatures that can sniff out their scent and, if necessary, destroy them. I did not repeat the experiment with the cocoons. It's too dangerous and costly in energy. I have kept only one specimen, safely stored in the basement of the Citadel. I control its incessant expansion with the caterpillars. In time, it will allow me to eliminate the burrowers, and in the process, all those who might get in my way. It seems that the evil that affects your camp comes from this cocoon released during the reversal. When the Citadel of Dadachaem was destroyed, you must now return to prepare an expedition to retrieve the funeral caterpillars from the foundations. So it doesn't want us to go get the caterpillars on our own. It wants us to return and get them on the next mission. Okay, so let's make some notes here, though. Dialogue 131 was about the cocoons, and we're told that the only thing that can defeat cocoons is the funeral caterpillars. And then he says where you find them. You find them in the foundations, which we do know are the underground areas with the slabs. And he says he couldn't get through the entrance to the north, but they did find the one east of the Forbidden City, which has got to be the one we know about, right? Unless it's another slab. And then he says he's going to make creatures that can sniff them out. I see. I thought he was saying there's a caterpillar in his citadel and basement, but he was saying the cocoon is in the basement, which is where it escaped and started poisoning people. All right. Well, amazing work, Jonathan, figuring out that puzzle. And we happen to be carrying around, thanks to me, that card that's good at searching with 3 successes that was perfectly came in handy for this occasion. So we did great. We should check and see what stats we need to open the disc door near our Citadel. Yes. If we could remember, I guess we could check it. We could peek and remember. It was something like 20, 20, 20. But we have, it feels like we have enough. Certainly, if we're not supposed to go into the next mission, we're going to have enough. Except for defense, we won't. Okay, and we have 3 objectives. This is interesting. So I think this is what Jonathan was saying about how this seems so expensive, 15 cards. But now that it says we're ready to go home when we have so much health, it feels like probably it would be worth it for us to do this. Because it feels like it's telling us our mission is over. We got very lucky by being able to do that decryption. So I guess we're going to help this guy out here, right? Because 15 cards seems like a lot, but we're ready to go home. So I'm going to refresh our health here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. So we lose 9 health. Let me do that before I forget. Which brings us to from 50. Where is the? Let's do it this way. We lose 9 health, so 48 health. We have. Okay. And we're going to now do this. We might as well, because we've got so much health, but we do need barter items. We haven't gotten any Hope Reborn for upgrades, which is not good. I'd like to get some more Hope Reborn and do more upgrades. The other thing you could say is if we have the time, maybe we should go try to cure some people. So here's what I should have done before I just did that, though. I should have used this card to grab when the discard deck is full is the time to do this. Jonathan says, normally don't we trade in objectives for Hope Reborn? Yes, that's true. You're right. Still, if we have 3 objectives, that's the most we're going to get is 3 Hope Reborns. That would leave 4 more for us. All right. Let's go. Let's do this thing. Okay, so 15 cards. It makes us throw out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's a lot of cards being discarded. But we got them to spare. Okay, and that gives us +1 influence. We're just about maxed out there. And now what else happens? We take a 49, which is our glimmer. Okay. Take a 13 to try your luck. Okay, if we get lucky, we take a 149 and a 99, otherwise 2 149s. Okay, so let's see. Here's our luck. Lady Luck is on our side, and we get a glimmer. That's great. So this is the last glimmer. We may want to trade these in right now for a Hope Reborn, since we've got all 5 glimmers. What do you think about that? It's always nice to have glimmers to to help our luck, but we have an alternate way. Where are our glimmers? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so we were just talking about how we don't have any Hope Reborns. So I think let's trade in 5 glimmers to take a Hope Reborn. Okay, there's the glimmers. Now we can get new glimmers. And now we have a Hope Reborn. All right. And what else happens? A 149 and a 199. Okay, so 149. And if you get unlucky, you get 2 149s. So the 199 is better. Okay, so here's what we got for our 149. That sucks because I think it means we're overweight. And then it also wanted us to have a 199, which there's a huge stack of them. Okay, let's see what we got here. What? Really? I'm going to give us a different one. That's ridiculous. All right, we'll give us a shield, which we're going to drop. 199. All right, what have we got here? A large shield behind with which to take shelter. It's a secondary shield and it's cumbersome. It blocks brutal. It doesn't matter. We can't carry it. We're just dropping it right here. All right, let's check our weight. Oh, I think we're already maxed out. So I think I think we just spent 15 health, 15 energy for 0 because we can't keep it. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're at max health already, max weight. So what can I tell you? We're at max weight. We have a net that's not a barter, a sword. Maybe you guys need to see what we've got here. So here's what we're carrying. This amazing weapon here. We're not getting rid of that. A net, which is not so important. We've got a hound that can help us hunt. A sword, pretty strong. But not, you know, this is not the thing that we've got this weapon. I'm not sure this one is that interesting to us, but it does let us draw an extra card, which is pretty good. We've got an iron bar, which is good for a variety of things, so I'd like to keep that. We've got a very heavy armor. We could drop that. We've got a sack of grain. So you could make the case that having more barter items might be more valuable than a sword or armor. That seems crazy. But I mean, +1 is not to be trifled with. And this lets us really defend ourselves against something very strong. Wow, 2 extra cards if we did this. You know what? I think we could actually lose this sword. The reason we could lose the sword is because it's unlikely we're going to carry it actually with us into battle, because we've got this better sword with symbols that trigger us more. And for our +1, we could use this, which is +2, although it can break. So we could actually drop the sword. Jonathan says, looks like we can redraw this event card now that we've built this project. I'm not sure I understand that, but you know what? I think we dropped the sword. The only thing is the sword doesn't break, but neither does the scepter. I'm going to drop this sword so we can carry more stuff. Is that crazy? Let's do it. Let's drop this sword. All right, now let me understand. Now we can carry an extra grain of rice. We still have to drop our shield. And now we can carry the grain of rice, and we're at 9, so we can carry something else. It's a little crazy to be dropping that sword, but it's such a big, heavy thing, and it's not our favorite weapon. All right, so now that I've done that, let me see if I can understand what's being said here. Could you use the sword and staff since the staff is secondary, and or not since they're both weapons? If they both say weapons, we definitely can't use them at the same time. So the sword is a weapon, and the iron bar is a weapon, so they can't be used at the same time. Yeah, it's hard to see when we would use this sword. That's the thing. So I'm just going to put that away. If we had strength symbols on all of our cards, then that would be preferable. Okay, now let's see. After you get those item cards, it said to discard this event card. Oh, did it? Yes, it did say discard this. You are absolutely right. Well, that's a good catch. So if we did this, which we did, we read this, but nothing happens. But then this says discard this. That's a very good catch, Jonathan. 336. But I've got some news for you. When we did this 336, if I'm remembering correctly, it told us to throw away the other 336. So there's a diamond here. I believe there is no other 336. Yeah, there's no more 336. So there's nothing to do there. Can't even do it again. Okay. Let's move ourselves here for one card. We could keep this if we want. We might as well. Did you see what that was? It's a nice card there. Determination. Okay, now we're here. This woman wants to barter with us. Here she is up here. We could give her a barter and she could give us a weapon. That's the last thing we want. So let's move over here for another card. We could keep it. We might as well. Mariner. All right. Now, we might as well talk to this guy again. Even though I think we've already got our third objective, we could get a new book from him, right? So that will cost us 2 cards, but I do want to do that. We've got this grain of rice. So here's our 2 cards. Let's talk to him. Let's see what he says now that we have an objective. Okay, 167. He rummages around looking for a long time. If you're playing the book scenario, you have at least one objective, which we do. So now we can 181. So actually, he won't trade with us. We don't get to keep a book now. We don't get to get a new book. That's unfortunate. But let's see. What does he have? The man hands you a book with the green cover. You're in luck. I just so happen to have a copy of this excellent work of culinary alchemy. This confirms your fears. The old man is as deaf as a post. You politely decline his proposal before resuming. I'm looking for someone to inventory some books in the library. Could you help me? So this is assuming we didn't know how to decode it. It seems to me that we've already solved this, but let's see. Instant glory and soot in the library, you say? What are you talking about? I need someone to organize the books in the library. Open hives in the library? That's a funny idea. No, I wanted to know if you could help me catalog some books in the library. You yell, separating each word. You should have said that earlier. Why not? It's quiet today. What are you offering me in exchange? We can give him 3 barter, or 2 if our score is 15 or higher, which it is, to get him to help us sort the books. Take a 9 card. It sounds like this is to help us solve our other problem that we've already solved. The only thing that's throwing me is what the heck is a 9 card? John says, are you sure there's no 336? It seems weird it tells you to discard it after building, but there would not be a gold card. Well, let me check, but I think it's just meant to make sure you can't keep doing it. Yes, there's definitely no 336, and it definitely told us to throw the other one away. So I think this guy is just giving us a... Should I peek at what a 9 card is? I think he's going to give us something that helps us decode that, which is not really what we want. The only question is, should I peek at what a 9 card is? Or maybe we shouldn't, we're not allowed to know. But we definitely don't want his help, right? We'd rather have a regular book. What do you think? Yeah. I guess we're not going to do this. We'll never learn what a 9 card is, though. Okay, so we're just saying, no thanks, we're on our way. All right. But there is an area of town we've never been in before we leave, so let's take a look. But before we do, it's time for our break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. The air conditioner is off. It's nice and cool in this room now, 73 degrees. We'll see how fast that climbs up. I should figure out a way to put a little temperature reading on the screen, measuring the actual indoor temperature when it gets too high. That would be kind of fun. All right, so we talked to this guy. He offered us some help, a card 9. We don't know what that card is, but we turned him down because we've already solved it. So now we're going to finish exploring Water Bank and then head out and decide whether to head straight home or look around a little more. But let's see what we've got here. A gang of thugs blocks your way. Their leader addresses you. You're not from here. You're not a local. You have to pay to get through. If a 439 card is available, discard this. That's a weird thing to say. If a 439 card, okay, 439 isn't available, so we do have to do this. We can return a barter card to move along, or we can fight these people. It's a long, annoying process to fight. Well, it's actually not so bad. All right, let's just kill these people off because we care about our barter stuff. The rewards here aren't that good, but we're tired of getting pushed around. So we're gonna get to prepare. So what do we want to do here? We can use our armor. Let's switch to this. All right, let's try not to prolong this too much, but it's the first fight we've had this scenario, so let's see. During the first gear setup, take a 13. So during your first gear setup, lower the die's value. I'm not going to do this. I'll tell you why. I think the rules allow this, but I think we're playing this game thematically, and these aren't monsters, so I do feel like we shouldn't be able to use this for these people. But we might as well defend ourselves. And we might as well use determination. We'll use this. We'll bring this woman who can generate us these if we need it. Weapons, secondary. Okay, that's all fine. And then this isn't really the weapon we want, though. It would be better to use a weapon that we got rid of our weapon that gives us success. But this net. Three cards to get 5 successes. And then if we get these, it goes up 1. All right, I'm going to go ahead and use determination just because our hand's maxed out. So there's 1 success. And then I'm going to draw. So we need 4 more successes out of 3 cards. I'm thinking we'll probably get 2 of these. That will be 2. So we'd only need 2 successes out of 3. All right, I think this will do it. John says, this gang has followed us all the way from Cal. I wish this was banish instead of discard. Yes. Okay, anyway, let's see what we got here. So we did get 2 of these. So this does trigger to give us 2 successes, 3 successes. So we only need 2 more successes from our hand, which we've got, and we can use up to 3 cards, but we don't even need them. So we did succeed. Determination is discarded. This worked. So we did succeed. So the die, which would have been at 5, goes down 2 spots down to here. In addition, we get to keep one of these cards. We can take not one of the cards we drew. All right, which card do we want here? Something that lets us run, something that lets us sneak, fight, arcane shock. Normally that would be good, but it's on our weapon. Put them back in the same order. None of these are that good. I guess we'll take intuition. And actually we could keep 2 cards if we wanted, but I don't think we do. Okay, and then this is fine. The armor blocks 1 of the wounds. There is only 1 wound. So nothing happens with this. Everyone's good. Okay, so that was nice and efficient. All right, and now we can draw as many cards. No, we can use 2 cards to defeat them. We don't want to fail, but it looks easy to do. I think maybe we just use the iron bar on these people to be able to use 3 cards to get 2 successes, and I don't think we need anything else. Am I being too optimistic? Do we need to take someone just in case? No, because where's our armor though? Might as well use our armor again. Okay, so we're going to use these that block the wound every time. That's a nice armor. Okay, so, but what's this? Why are these 4 cards in front of me? These are our successes. Okay, we have to throw these out. But we do need to use our health to get our action deck back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 9 health we spend again, which brings us to 39. Okay. And we're going to fight these guys lastly with an iron bar. This should be easy to do. If for some reason we fail it, it's not the end of the world. We'll just do it again. 2 cards. I'm tempted to take... no, we've got a +1, so we're definitely taking at least 3 cards. I guess 4 cards would make more sense. Because, well, 3 cards should get us a success. How inefficient is it to lose? We don't want that card. 2 wounds. Okay, I'm going to take 4 cards, of which we can keep 3 of them to get 2 successes. Well, I mean, we got it, but we could have gotten unlucky. So it's good we drew 4 cards. Okay, so there's our... Oh, we were allowed to use 3 cards. Yeah, I guess for 2 successes. All right, anyway. We don't get to keep any of these, but we did kill it. We take 1 wound, but the armor blocks it. And we get 1 influence. I get, or... Yeah, it is influence, but I guess it's reputation. And we've now officially maxed out our reputation and our knowledge. So probably we were overly concerned about maxing those out early on. Maybe we didn't need to spend so much effort on doing that. We did kill these guys. All right, they thought they could. What the hell, though? Do we just... Oh, discard this. Okay, that's it. They're dead. All right, back to our mission. Those guys should not have messed with us. We were not in the mood. We ran away from them once, and then they're like bullies. They thought they could extort us. They didn't realize we weren't in the mood for it. The street runs alongside an amphitheater with a few idle people in the stands. On the other side, a building is waiting, like so many others, to be refurbished. Is this going to be our girl wants to perform again? Look at this big amphitheater. So we can look at this demolished building. We can look at the amphitheater. We can go to the amphitheater. Or we can continue on in Waterbank. All right. I mean, look, you know and I know that we're going to let our girl perform if she wants to. Where is she? We also have these juggling balls we haven't used to get rid of being confused. All right, where's our girl who likes to perform? This one. She's a musician, though, but she's not even a performer, but she just likes performing. All right, let's see. So, I mean, I guess we're going to the theater, but let's look in here first. 305. I guess we have to walk here first. There's one card. We can keep it if we want it. No. Okay. John says, stepped away for a second. What are we up to? All right, we beat the brigands. And now we've discovered an amphitheater. We've just walked into this area. And our girl, Jauliria, has begged us to go check it out. So we said, first we're going to look in here, then we'll take her to the amphitheater. All right, so there's multiple 305 cards. Let's see what we got here. The dilapidated... Wait, yeah. Let's see. Does this one say the same thing? Dilapidated building. Okay, I'm going to shuffle these up. Okay. Dilapidated building, which a passerby has pointed out is the dispensary, does not look encouraging. You're surprised to be greeted by the scent of dried herbs and clean linen. The place is furnished with a shelf full of pots and 3 beds with immaculate sheets. A healer is busy grinding seeds in a mortar. I wonder if we're going to be able to buy some cure here. Oh, we've seen this before, haven't we? I can tell from your face you've seen better days. Please take a seat. You look very pale. Yes, yes, I insist. It's always more serious than you think. So we can talk to them. And then if a 458 card is available, read 490. All right, so I guess we just do this. And we see if there's a 458 available, which there isn't. So nothing happens, okay? And now we can give them a barter, unless we have the double key card. I really want that double key. Okay, so we can wake someone up who's unconscious. This is useless to us. We don't need this at all. 458 is the package we're carrying. Is that right? So all these different ways to get parcels? You are absolutely right. Dispensary. This is the dispensary, people. All right, so we've been carrying this for a while. And all the dispensaries have it. All right, so that's good. But this offers us nothing. No golden coins on the ground here or anything, huh? All right, so that's there. All right, good call. 458 is the package, I see. So just different ways to get that package. All right, now Jauliria wants to go to the amphitheater. So here we go. 1 card and 248. Let's see what we've got here. Around the stage, a partially faded poster lists the plays that were performed there: The Wolf, the Goat, and the Cabbage, The Lord of the Springs. Place is open to anyone who wishes to perform there, whether for a theatrical performance or for a musical recital. This lady's like freaking out. Guys, musicals. Please let me perform a musical. Okay, here we go. We've seen this before. So we can put on a play to read 312. If we succeed, we read 312. That's hard to succeed at that. We're not going to be able to succeed at that. Or we can perform music to take glimmers of hopes. This is exactly what happened before. Like, the crowd will listen to music and give you a little bit, but you don't get to read a nice dialogue. However, it's not a forced thing. So she's not good at performing. That's her problem. This is like real life. You know, she knows how to play piano, but she's not an actress. But she likes to act. So what do we humor her? Let her perform? But we're going to get booed. I mean, I guess we don't care about losing an influence. We just want that 312 dialogue. All right, well, we do have an ability to take discard since it's not a forced action, and we have the ability to look at how our success will be. But there's nothing much in the discard for us. We do have focus. Let me just see. I'm trying to see if we can make it work for her. That's not useful for us. We need to find a performer, although I'm not sure how happy Jalria would be about that if we found a performer. The dog doesn't like to perform. I mean, I don't know how we make it work. We're just not... We can't do it. One card is not going to get us 3 successes. We just can't do it. We're just not good at it. And we don't need the influence. I mean, Glimmer, yeah, Glimmer could be useful for us. I guess I'm inclined to take that Glimmer. All right, we're going to let her put on a musical performance. So she's going to perform. We're not going to get the dialogue, but we can come back into this town some other day. So it's music. That means we can draw one more card, keep one more card than normal. So with 3 cards, we need 4 successes. And let's use our intuition to look at the top of the action deck. So I'm using this before we do that action to look at the top 3 cards to see if we can make this simple or hard. So top 3 cards, if we can use 3 of them, we can get 3 successes. 1, 2, 3. But that's not enough. We need 4 successes. Okay, intuition has been used. So we may not even try this. You can see how hard it's going to be to get 4 successes on 3 cards. And I don't think we have a good way to fix this. Looking at the rest of our items here. Wouldn't mind getting 2 more glimmers, but I don't know if it's worth I guess if we got 2 question marks, we could do it. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. This girl loves to perform. We don't often have the chance to do it to her. So these 3 cards are at the top of the deck. So we know we have these. I'm going to choose then to draw a total of 6 cards. We're going to see if we can't get this girl a success. Worst case, she gets a smattering of weak applause. All right, so here's our first 3. We need to find a way to get another success. So that's not going to do it. That's not going to do it. And that's not going to do it. So 1 flag. If we had gotten 1 wild card here, we could have done it. But she used up a lot of energy. And it didn't work. Okay, wait, there is one more thing we could do. She's like begging us, please, please let me perform a little bit longer. We could throw away 2 cards from our hand to generate a flag. That would be the second flag. That would be our 4th success. So the question is, do we want to throw away? Well, we don't really care much about Mariner. All right, let's do it for this girl. I'm going to throw away Enchanted Projectile too. All for this girl. I feel like we're doing too much for her. That's a lot of wasted cards. Okay, so I threw away 2 of the cards from our hand to generate an additional flag. Combined with that, she put on an amazing performance. Her loot never leaves her side. All right, so she succeeded. +1 influence, which we really do not need. In fact, we don't even get it. And 2 49s, so we do get 2 glimmers, which can help our luck. But let me tell you what's going to happen here. At some point, someone's going to have to die. And we've given her a happy, nice life. She's performed twice now, even though she has no business performing. When she dies, I don't want any complaints. No one's going to feel bad about it. She led a good life. Led a good life. When it comes time for her to die, I don't want anyone to be upset. That's just, her time is going to come eventually. I just hope everyone can accept that. Because this woman, despite her dour face, I mean, we'll kill 100 of these girls to keep this one. So we're trying to give her a happy life before she dies. That's all I can say. I hope that doesn't sound too harsh. Okay, so that was the performance hall. It told us to discard this. Yes. So we could actually now do this again. 248. I believe there's an additional card here. There is an additional card. I thought we saw this before. Let's just see what it says. Immediately after this is revealed 150. This happened to us before, didn't it? Like, the 150 is you are focused. So we should have waited to get you. We should have just used this and then re-gotten it. We should have remembered that. All right, so let's remember, let's write down in our notes that 248 gives you focus. That way we would know that we should have used that focus card before we revealed it, because that would have been good to refill our hand. But as it is, I guess we just leave it here. At least when we take our photo, we'll have it. All right, a little bit inefficient play, but that's the way it goes. All right, let me check in with the chat here. John says, these people don't get us. Too snobby with their great library. Big city Kel gets us. It's true. Okay, but then we did pull it out at the end. All right, so we've got a new area here we haven't explored. As Jonathan was saying, it's sort of a shame that these city explorations are shared between all the cities, it looks like. But we're going to finish exploring. So let's take a look at what this is. Oh, this is new. A short man points to a bulging colossus. Roll up, roll up. Who dares challenge our local champion? If you'd rather go on your way, you just discard this. If you want to take up whatever challenge this may be, this is how we got into trouble last time with the duel, but surely we're going to try this. So I'm going to throw away one card. We're going to accept the challenge. Let's see what happens. What's the worst that can happen to us? All right, 250. I mean, we've got some time. It's the big city full of adventure. Let's see what this guy wants to challenge us with. The little man lifts the lid of a barrel. At the bottom, 5 little pink heads with green crests are wagging their noses, whelmings. These bluish-furred rodents start to build a structure with the twigs thrown by their master. It's up to you to estimate how long it will take these critters to get out of this barrel. Not exactly the kind of test you'd expect, but it's too late to back out. During the result step of the following action, write down the number of successes you take into account. You and the Colossus each whisper your answers into the man's ear, who then turns over an hourglass. Read 266 to find out if you're more accurate than your opponent. So it feels like this might have been something that maybe we would have learned about at some point. 5 pink heads with green crests wagging their noses, they're whelmings. They're building a structure with twigs. How long will it take these creatures to get out of this barrel? We haven't even bet anything. Oh. Is there some number on this card in this barrel? Is there anything we can... I feel like maybe this was something we were supposed to like have learned from someone else. Banish this and read 250. All right. this strong man, but I don't see any way. All right. Well, how are we going to answer this weird question? It says, write down, during the results step, write down the number of successes you take into account. What does that mean? Write down the number of successes you take into account. It's a brain test, so I guess she's good at that. You can draw as many cards as we want. Huh. So we can do a brain test and decide how many cards we want to do it. So I guess it's just a matter of how much energy do we want to spend thinking about it. I guess we're not supposed to actually guess it. We just draw as many cards as we want to give ourselves successes, but we don't know how many we need. Well, we're going to use our apprentice because she can turn flags into successes. I guess we have some time. I don't have anything that's good at helping us think. So that's that. I guess we just decide how much. Okay, so why don't we use, how important is this for us? We don't know. It's an exploration card, right? So it's sort of generic. All right, what about 4 cards? 7 is a lucky number, but 7 is a lot. Let's see, 5 little pink heads. All right, why don't we draw 5 cards? That's a lot of cards, but we're sort of overkilling it. And I don't know what our penalty is. All right, so 5 cards. Let's see what we got here. There's 1 success. 4, 5, 6. Okay, so, and no flags, so she doesn't trigger. But with our 5 cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes. And that's good enough. So we didn't get our 7, but let's see. There's our 6 successes. We don't get to keep any. All right, so now we turn to 266 and see if 6 successes is enough. Over here. Okay, 266. Is 6 successes enough? The men stop the hourglass as the Whelmings start to jump out of the barrel and gallop up and down the street. If you took 4 or fewer successes, your opponent assessed the time more accurately. Nothing happens. If you took 5 or more, we got 6. The small man grabs your wrist and raises your arm to declare you the winner. Our new champion! You congratulate your opponent and offer to put his talents and strength to work for a more useful cause. After a few moments of reflection, he accepts your offer, promises to join you at the Citadel, a book, a defense, and a 154. That's pretty cool. Well, I'm not going to thumb my nose at the defense. That's the one thing that we'd like to have more of. So, let's see. Oh, come on. Why is it? It's so weird. It's how it's not doing such a great job here at doing this. Okay, so 1 defense. Coming to town with us, huh? A book, a knowledge, which we're already maxed out at. Okay, and a 154. There is a 154. What is it? Lucky. All right, well, Lucky's a pretty good card. All right, so that was pretty cool. And now 295. A shopkeeper greets a customer before returning to his stall. Across the street, vineyards proliferate amidst ravaged houses. Workers are busy in the vegetable gardens beyond. All right, so we've reached the end of the city of Waterbank. Look at that horse. So we've got a broken down wagon, a horse inn, and some grass and stuff. And it's the end of the town. So we've seen all of Waterbank now, but not the inside of everything. All right. Well, where do you want to go first? And I don't know which is which. This looks like I can't tell if this is for this or for this. I kind of want to go into the inn. All right, let me start here and we'll work our way back this time. So we're going to move over to here. One card. And I have to spend one to walk down in there. There's another card, but we can keep this one. All right, so 313. Someone mentioned this horse inn of some sort. Conversation stops you as you enter the large smoke-filled room. Evil smiles and suspicious looks follow you as you make your way to the tavern counter. In the back room is a collection of vats and barrels for drawing wine. Evil smiles? I don't like the sound of that. Welcome to the Black Horse. What can I do for you? A waitress asks you in a resigned tone. So we can listen. 465, otherwise a 242. There's that double key card. Okay, so if we wanted to, we can get some health back by giving them 2 cards with barter. But we're thinking of keeping our barter cards. 2 barter. For 7 life, I mean, 7 life, that's a lot of cards on easy mode, but on the other hand, we're not really, we'd like to take our bridge back, so I guess we're not going to do that, but we are going to listen around. Okay, so we're going to do the listen action, and wants to know if there's a 465 card available. If we were playing on hard mode, then we would definitely, or probably rest. Okay, so there is a 465, so let me just put this out. And we'll read 465. Sorry, I don't draw a 465. It just says if it's available, read 418. Okay, let's read 418 then. I wonder if we're going to get a side mission here. A customer approaches you. You are not from here. You tell her you live in a community to the west of Kel. That's good. I have to give a package to my cousin. He's a shop at the entrance to Kel. Its only value is sentimental. I say that in case you intend to keep it for yourself. Of course, I will give you something in return for this service, and my cousin will do the same when you hand him the package. If you agree to transport her package, take a 465 and a 149, then read 242. I feel like we're being involved in a drug deal. Let's think about this for a second. Why does Jonathan say 332? What does that mean, Jonathan, 332? So, are we going to take her? It sounds like a side quest. I mean, surely we're going to do it, right? We have another package to deliver. It was a place on the terrain card? Oh, I see. It was one of our options. We're going to do it in a second. Okay. So, we're going to agree to take her package, even though it sounds like a drug deal. You agree to carry the package given by a customer of the Black Horse Tavern. This tavern's full of evil smiles. This was probably a bad idea, but let's see what we've got. Another parcel to deliver. The parcel, intended for the owner of a shop located at the entrance of Kel, seems to contain a glass object. So another card mentions the best shop in Cal. Banish this card 420. All right, we've been in that shop. Or we could try to open ourselves. That's so fun. All right, so we've got a second parcel to deliver. I do think that's fun. And you can imagine a small, world like this where there aren't easy delivery people. It makes sense. You ask people. Okay, and a 149 card. So she's actually given us a barter item. Let's see if we're going to get another sack of grain. Oh, I see. We got more eye jam. We had to build that eye jam at some point, didn't we? It's weird that we're just getting it here. It doesn't have weight. That's good. But now what about combining it? Before we move along, I want to then read 242. All right, so we got to read 242 in a minute. Let's not forget this. So let's take a look. Let's see. What's the way to do this? That's definitely not it. Let me move this. All right, so that's the eye jam. And here's the other jams we have. So we could combine this 3 and this 5 to get a 208, but that's how we got this. But now we could combine this jam with the bitter jam, and that should give us card 2. Return both of these, and we would get card 210. If available. Here's the thing. This bitter jam is a cure. Like, I am very hesitant. Oh, Jonathan's saying if we do it another 205 to 208, we could get another 208, a second cure. Or we could try to combine these two and get a 210. But, which is exciting. I hope it doesn't turn it into not a cure, though. And what if it doesn't exist? The way I read this rule is that, like, first you try to cook them, combine them. You throw away the two. We'd be throwing away 2 very expensive jars of jam. And then it says take the value 205 plus 5. That would be 210 if available. What if it's not available? Then have we ruined our jams? What do you think? I suppose we don't have to decide yet. So why don't we not decide yet? All right, let's get back to our business here. We read 418, which told us after we take that, we read 242. Okay, so let's read 242, which I suppose is going to give us the mission officially, the side quest officially. Hold on a second. So, we read 418. Okay, we read 418, and then we got that mission, and then we get shoveled off to the next person at the bar who wants to talk to us. A man with a thick mustache stares at the bottom of his cup. I'm fed up with this cheap plonk. It's not so bad for vinegar. He says, We should go and see if the wine is redder elsewhere. We could try the dancing donkey. I've heard the drinks and the shows are good. You'll have to wait. The tavern had to close because of a fire. After glancing around, the man resumes gossiping in a tone of secrecy. They say that Seamus, the owner of the Black Horse, didn't like the competition. He could be behind it all. Anyway, laughter and exclamations from the next table prevent you from hearing the rest. Ah, Brog, that's a good one. So we heard two names here. We should write this down. It's too bad this isn't on a card, but we might get a side quest that requires us to look for these two people, Simus and Brog. I don't think those are on any of our current side quests. But it sounds like the donkey, we might be able to tell him about this place. And so I don't think any of our side quests want us to be looking for those names. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, if we're playing Dadachaem's Awakening, which we are, we read 342. A while back, I ran into a guy in the Great Library who claimed to have been a scribe at Dadachaem's Citadel. I was a bit surprised since everyone was supposed to have died there during the reversal. I went back the other day to look for a book on Kellyan architecture, and I heard the guy had died falling off a ladder there. As old Cider always said, good luck never lasts, bad luck never sleeps. Take 150. 150. There are no more 150s. That was our focused card. All right. So nothing going on here, but a couple people were mentioned in this bar that perhaps there's a side quest that wants that. All right. So we're done at the bar. We're now going to head over to 322, which is what Jonathan was saying before. 322. Oh, there's two gold 322s. Several people work the land where the houses of nobles once stood. Similar plots have been set up in different parts of town to provide for its population. Whoa, what's this? A plowman is busy chasing away birds that have come to peck at the freshly sown seeds. If you want to take the following action, you must return a mirror card. We don't have the mirror card anymore, so we can't do it. And he would have given us a good deed. All right, well, we can't do that. We don't have a mirror card. We got lots of stuff, but no mirrors. I guess the mirror is like a scarecrow. All right, well, that's that. Now 332 is here, and then we'll be done with this town, at least. Okay, here's 332. She can come back. Few steps lead to a small shop. A bell tinkles as you push open the door. Inside, a portly man greets you. Welcome to my modest shop. The shelves are neatly lined. The shelves are neatly lined with everyday items, including tools, clothes, a few glass jars, and crates of vegetables. Jonathan says, hey, the field card had a mushroom on it. Jonathan is right. The field card does have a little bit of a mushroom there. We are good at eating those mushrooms. Which mushrooms are they? They're morning tea. We only have one morning tea. All right, well, let's do it. Take a 221 card. We only have one morning tea, is that right? We have 3 capped Arante. Those are the ones we're good at. These can make us sick, but Jonathan wants to eat some mushrooms. Okay. Let's see what Jonathan got us. Deep Serenity. Take a 352. And we can take 3 cards in our discard pile and put them back. That's pretty cool. Okay, a 152. Okay, so 152 is Confident, which is pretty nice. And we can take up to 3 cards from our discard pile. Okay, of our choice, I guess. 221. I think I put the mushroom in the... It does have a temporary effect. It doesn't get returned. Okay, 3 cards from our discard back. We can choose them, huh? Choose up to 3 cards back in our action deck. Okay, so things with successes, like we could put the reflex back. And then if we had another 3, which we don't. I'll just take some with lots of good success and symbols. Let's do that. So we know that there's arcane symbols coming back. Okay. All right, now continuing on. There's the shop. Okay, let's see what he's got for sale. Will you haggle or try to steal something? So we could try to steal it, but we haven't really been playing by stealing, so we're not going to do that. But we can spend 2 cards. We can keep 1, which means we can keep 2 because of our ability, and we've got slots for 2, so I'm just going to keep those 2. And read 209, and this attaches. Okay, so dialogue 209. Order Bank seems like a pretty peaceful, slow city. 209. He says, as you can see, I only have quality items. Why is it not tracking on the top down, but tracking on the other? That really doesn't make sense. Okay, as you can see, I only have quality items. Perhaps you have something that interests me. Take 2 199 cards, or 4 if you're a criminal. And then we have to spend 2 barter to keep 1 of them. Or give him 3 trinkets, or fabric or secondary, and take 149 cards. Or give him a shard of Carolyn to take 3 149 cards. What are the 149s? We don't like the 149s, do we? Barter items or provisions? I guess we do. I mean, we have some stuff we don't care too much about. We've got a flute we don't care about. But I don't know if we want to give up barter stuff. I think 3 cards with trinket, fabric, or secondary. I don't think we got 3 things we want to give up. We do have these glass jars that I'm afraid are going to break. But I don't think, I mean, we have 1 barter music. We got ammunition that's not bartered. I don't think we have anything here that we want to do. But I suppose we're allowed to look at them. The first choice is easy because you just look at it and then you can give a barter. So I'm going to look at the 199s just to see if there's something magical that we've been waiting for that's worth giving up cards. Okay, so 2 149s. Let's see what we've got. 199s. All right, so there's two things we've never seen before, so that's interesting. Let's see what they are here. One is caltrop for fighting. This is an instant avoid a forced fight. That's pretty great. Caltrops are things you put on the ground that people step on or that vehicles step on. So this is a pretty great card. It's like we have a card in our hand that lets us run away, but it's much harder to have it when we need it. This just carries around forever, but it's only a one-time use to avoid a fight. And then we've got a hat. But look what it is. It's a performance hat. A beautiful hat unlike anything being made in this day and age. So, like, for performance, it helps. Helps negotiating. So, like, this woman is like, please let me have this hat. Please let me have this hat. But how would we get one of these if we wanted to? We have to give up 2 barter items. I mean, we've got a sack of grain we could give up. But I don't see us giving up. We've got a lot of, I only got a flute. So we could give up a flute and a sack of grain as our 2 spare items in order to get a hat or a caltrops. All right, let's not get the caltrops because we're capable of fighting if we have to. So I say we don't get the caltrops, but I'm tempted by this hat for the next performance. But is it worth our 2 barter items? That's the question. It depends if we want to perform at on the next stage. It's not that, and it depends if we want to come back home over the bridge. But I'm thinking we don't take the bridge. I'm thinking we could go cure those people instead of taking the bridge. All right, let's do it just for the fun of it. Let's keep this hat. We're going to trade in these 2 other barter items. So it's 2 for 1. That doesn't seem like a very good deal. We took the cards, we returned 2. To keep one of these cards, return the rest. All right, we did it just for the fun of getting an elegant hat. It seemed a little crazy, but we did it. All right, and now we have fully explored the town of Waterbank. So I guess we're going to leave now. So we go 1, take a card. Reflex, we don't care about that. 1, take a card. for fighting. We probably don't want that. I think we may try to heal some people before you leave. We go 1. We could keep this if we want. Suppose the question is it better than any of these? And it kind of is, so I'll just throw that away. 1 more. That's our emergency exit, just like the caltrops. And now we're going over here. That costs 1 card. 336. There is no 336. Did I go too far? Yes, I went too far. All right, we're just gonna, I'll pay for the penalty for going too far. I'm not gonna pay for it going back. This is what we wanted, 271. And this is probably the exit, right? The city stops in front of you at the edge of a cliff rising above the vast expanse of the collapsing lane. The freight elevator is waiting for the latecomers at the top of the cliff. Next departure any minute now, the lift attendant announces. Still not reassured by the idea of being carried above the void, you climb up with the last passengers and let yourself down at the foot of Waterbank. Return all the cards on the board and in the past. Put a 135. Okay, so this is it. This is how we leave Waterbank. So I guess what we want to do here is put this here, attach it. All right, so we've got a couple choices now. We're leaving Waterbank. There's nothing to do within the Waterbank. Jonathan is reminding me to take a screenshot, which I am going to do. In fact, let me see if I can't at least get zoomed in here. All right, I'm going to take a screenshot. And I'm going to see if it actually took. Let's see if this breaks with the new plugin. This should be slideshow. It is. It is. It's just, it's not live. Okay, that's fine. So it worked. We've got a screenshot of this to add to our map of Waterbank. Okay, so here are our options now. We're leaving Waterbank for sure. I don't have to actually put this away now. I can just move it aside for us to be cleaned up later. I'll take our character, and a 135 is our outside of Waterbank. So here are our options. Here we are on the outside of Waterbank. There's the elevator we just came down. All right, so options. We could stop here again. We've played for 4 hours. We could stop here, and our next session, we could work our way back. If we look at our map, let's see. So here we are, right here. Let me, oh, why did I draw on that? Okay, let me erase everything. Okay. All right, so here we are right here. You can see this, right? All right, where is home? Home is down through the seabed, across the bridge, and there. However, the bridge requires us to give 2 barter items to cross it. Sorry, 1 barter item, because our influence is 8. So we gave away most of our barter items for that hat. We don't want to give the hat up. But we do have an extra sack of grain that I like using for animals, but we could give that up and cross the bridge and get home pretty quickly. On the other hand, we do have 39 health. We've got a lot of health. And we do have sick people to help cure as a side quest that I messed up on before. And the woman who wants to be cured is right here, right? That's at least one of them. So what I would be inclined to do is, instead of rushing back through the bridge and completing this, now I'm not saying we have to do this today, but I would be inclined to instead go cure this woman. And there might be more people to cure around there too, and then head back home that way. So I'd be inclined to go here, cure this woman, and head this way. Not take the bridge, not lose our barter item. We could even, seems like we've got quite a bit of health. We could absolutely go into Kel and deliver this parcel that we're carrying around, the drugs. I feel like 39 health is enough time to do a bunch of this stuff. Cure the woman, maybe go into Kel. So we've been playing 4 hours today. We could have a short session today and continue this for, probably finish it up on our 3rd session. That's one option. Another option is to just go home right the fastest route here through the bridge and end this session within the hour and leave a bunch of health on the table. And the third option is to continue this session the long way, doing the curing in the Kel and play for 6 or 7 hours. Which of those options sounds best to you, Jonathan? Why don't we do this? Why don't we, well, I guess if we're going to stop now, we don't need to take another break, but otherwise we'll take a break here. So what do you think? Shall we take a break and play for another hour and then decide? Should we stop here 4 hours in? It's a reasonable time. And continue again. We could play again tomorrow, next week, whatever. We don't have to decide now. What are you feeling like, Jonathan? Jonathan says, let's go and cure, see how well it goes. We can always go back and use the bridge. All right. So our first decision is we're going to go ahead and cure. And you're okay playing for another hour now, Jonathan? If so, we'll keep going. We'll take a break and then come back. I just want to check with Jonathan. Or if anyone else is here and has a strong opinion. Jonathan says, I'm okay with playing for a couple more hours. Okay, there you go. You've heard it straight from Jonathan's mouth. We're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll continue playing. We're back. I was just looking through some of our items. I don't think we remembered we had this spell. It's for defense. Take a 53 card, which you can give to a character. That's a weird thing. But we haven't yet been in a situation where we needed it. But it feels like this might be something that, like, for all we know, we can hold on to this thing for a long time, and we should cast it now to have it available. We might want to think about doing this. It doesn't discard, so we might want to run this to see what it does. And we do have the jam that we were thinking of experimenting with, and our weight is down to 8, so we're in pretty good shape here. All right, so our plan was here. We're walking due south, and then we head east when we get to the riverbed. Okay, unfortunately, we have to explore all of this again. Someone posted on one of my tips videos that when they get bored of exploring, they don't bother with the explorations. They just bring out the map. And I was thinking, well, I could see that as a house rule when you're headed on the way home. These are very costly. It would make the game substantially easier. But it certainly makes some sense. And I was also thinking about how we feel about our house rule playing on easy mode. I have some mixed thoughts about it, but we can always switch to hard mode if we want. All right, or normal mode, I should say. All right, let's explore here. Or we don't want to go, well, hold on a second. If I look at our map, is this correct that we've never looked to our right? Why would that be? I mean, surely we want to know what's on the map here. Is that really true that we never looked over here? I guess I'm going to open this up. I want to map this area out a little bit. All right, let's look over here and see what we got. Oh, this stupid thing. Metal structure emerges from the ground. When you notice it, it's too late. Immediately after this is revealed, take a 485. Okay, we know this puzzle guy, but I don't believe we've seen... Oh, it is B. We have solved B before. Oh, but it's D. It's DB. So this is different. Give the handle 6 full turns. Count the maximum number of flower buds you're able to smash. And then we look at the results. Okay, so 6 full turns. I wish I had mapped this out before, but okay. So the way it works is that goes, it's blue, blank, 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 blue. And that's, or no, okay, so it's, we could go either direction where it's blank, blue, blank, 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 crush, blank, blank. So sorry, to do a full turn, we get crush, blank, blank, blank. That's our full cycle. Okay, so 6 of these we do. Crush, blank, blank, blank. Crush, blank, blank, blank. Crush, blank, blank, blank. Crush, blank, blank, blank. How many is that? Crush, blank, blank, blank. 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 So 2 we can crush if we go this way. If we go, so that's 2. Okay, and then the other way is blank, blank, crush, blank. So blank, blank. Where's my... I use these to keep track of crushes. Okay. All right. So blank, blank, crush, blank, 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 crush, blank. That's one. Blank, blank, crush, blank. Okay, then blank, blank, crush, blank. Oh, this is so annoying for one person to keep track of. Blank, blank, crush, blank, 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 crush, blank, 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 crush, blank, 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 crush, blank. That's 3. And then blank, blank, crush, blank. I think that makes our 6. So I think we can crush 3 going this way. Let me just 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I get an answer of 3. So unless there's objection and I got something wrong, we're going to look for card 42 when we combine the D with the B, and I get 3. I'm going through this fast because, well, you could argue that might not be fast, but we've done this a couple times before. So let's see. So DB is indeed 3. So we found the correct answer. So we get 2 49s, 2 more glimmers of hope. There's only 1 more left before we could trade it in. That's good. And a 3 card, which is what? 3? No, otherwise. I was like, we're not getting injured for that. And return this. Okay, so that's fine. All right, so we did all of these traps. All right, there's probably a faster way to solve those, but so be it. So 143, Jonathan says we never looked over there. So it's always exciting when we build more of the map. Let's see what's at 143. 143 has a special card, but not for us. A path runs along the edge of the bottomless sea, too steep to descend. You contemplate the gigantic basin and imagine the time when the waves once licked the shore and the surrounding lands were not studded with wormholes. Jonathan says, good job, Jesse. Thank you. All right, so we've got a possible wormhole to look at. We've got plants that we don't know what it is. We don't think those are these, do we? Maybe they are. It's hard to tell. No, I don't think those are. They look very similar, though. If we were, we could unexhaust, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, and no gold coins, right? Always got to be looking for gold coins. And this isn't any of the... Remember, we are looking for a cliff. And we've never been north of here either, I should say. So I'm tempted to look up there too. I guess Jonathan was saying we were so interested to get into the city that we didn't pay much attention. So I am sort of curious to look in here as well. What do you think, Jonathan? Shall we look in here? I think we should. I think we should build up our map while we got some spare time. A skeleton lies at the bottom of a deep hole, a small leather bag beside it. So we can choose to go on our way, or we can climb it. We need 4 successes. If we get them, we can draw as many as we want, which is pretty good. I'm sure we have a cumbersome item, don't we? Let's see. Maybe we don't have any cumbersome items. Actually, I don't see any cumbersome. Can we send the dog down there? All right, so we don't have cumbersome. So actually, we could climb for 3. And although we're not particularly good at climbing, that's easy enough to do. And we would get a book. So surely we should do this. We love books. All right, so we're going to try to succeed at this. I will note that we can grab cards from our discard pile, and I wonder if we shouldn't see if there's a card that would help us climb. Two flags. That's a determination. That's a good card. No specific climbing stuff, though, which is odd. We might want to save that till we need to cure someone. So I'd be inclined to save inspiration until we need to heal someone. So I'm inclined to get this on our own. We have no cumbersome. Maybe that was another reason to get rid of that sword. Maybe it was cumbersome. All right, so we only need 3 successes, but we really don't want to fail this. The worst thing, though, if we fall, I just want to look at this 3 again. We've been injured before, so I think it's okay to look at it. I just want to see if it says anything about fragile stuff. No. All right. So we have to shuffle up again. All right, we are starting to run low on health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So 8 more health we're losing. That gets us down to 31. These get shuffled in. How many cards are we going to draw here? We need 3 successes. We can use as many as we want. Do we have anything in emergency if we needed it? No. Oh, wait a second. What about all this stuff? So we actually do have 2 emergency stars. Oh, but they have to be declared ahead of time. Let's just use the lucky. We're going to lose these soon. We don't really need Lady Luck. We have our own fortune tower. So I think let's just use this card because you can't get it again twice. It's sort of wasteful to be carrying these around. So I'm going to use this for 1 success. Now we only need 2 successes. So I'll draw 3 success. I'll draw 4 cards. Surely this plus this will get us 3 successes. Otherwise, we're going to be injured. Okay, let's see what we got. Well, wasn't by much. All right. But we did get 3 successes. We actually didn't need this, so it was a bit of overkill. We do get to keep one of these cards, so that's nice. But our hand is full. I don't really want one, but acrobatics aren't so useful. I'm going to keep this runaway card because we're not really in the mood for fighting. Could keep 2 of them, actually, but we don't want 2 of them. Okay. And then lucky is returned. All right, I think that was the right thing to do. All right, so we climbed down. We actually would have gotten this 4 success if we needed it. We kept the card, and we take a 449, which is a book. A double-sided book. Oh, is this paint? Is this blue paint or is this water? Remember, we need blue paint to get away from the giants. Let's see what this is. We should put something here to tell us this is what we did over here. Okay, let's see what we got here. This is kind of exciting. Yes. You should know I created the first and only levitation spell, and yet you do not know me. Lucarius, Mage of Gaddlerock, nor my creation. It is true that making a crystal, the only material capable of levitation, rise above the ground is not nearly as useful as making objects fly at will. It's not for lack of trying. During the ceremony for the induction of the new leader of the Arcanum, I thought I could create a sensation by levitating thousands of crystals cut into the shape of a tear. Despite the splendor of my demonstration, our new master found no practical interest in it and saw me as an entertainer rather than a true mage. I therefore chose to stand back and continue working on my art, and also, I must admit, escape the mockery of my colleagues, too boorish to see the feat that my crystal tears constituted. Okay. What have we got? Immediately after this is revealed, +1 knowledge. Are we already maxed out on knowledge? Yes. During the result steps, we can do this. So we can try to levitate and take a 473 card, which I don't believe we've ever seen. So this is yet another mystery card that does a mystery thing. This might let us teleport, travel. What would it let us do? Levitate? We don't know. Yeah, that is a cool little storybook, though. All right, so that's opened up a new location for us that we're going to be able to map a new area. Okay. Those people who are sick are probably wondering, are they ever going to come cure me or what? You guys said you'd be right back with the cure, and they're still waiting. You notice a small farmhouse built on stilts near the carbon line. Well, we've heard about the carbon line, so that's pretty cool. Oh, look at this place. Oh, look, there's a carbon line. It's like a big, giant stone wall made of dark carbon. And there's the little farmhouse right there. Let's see. Is there a way for you to see it better, bigger? Yeah, okay. All right. So some wormholes, a farmhouse with a little garden, and more areas of the map. Well, the problem is this is not the direction that we were intended to do this mission. They are expecting us home. So our plan is to go south. Although you could argue that we could, Jonathan, we might be able, instead of going this way, if you look at that map, it's certainly possible that we could go this way. What do you think about that? Then avoid the confusion. Of course, we don't know that we can go that way, but we might as well. It feels like we might as well forge a new path since we have to explore it anyway. Let's try that. Let's try that. All right, so we're going to try to walk up here. That actually costs us 3 cards. It's quite expensive here. 1, 2, 3, but we get to keep 2 of these if we want them. Accurate shot, companion. I really do like this card. All right, I'm going to get rid of white and keep... Actually, I'm going to get rid of smooth talk and keep order. And then determination is pretty good. I'm going to keep that instead of white. Okay. And then we could take cards from our discard when we're ready, but I'm thinking we save this till we need to cure. All right, so let's look over here now. Clouds gather in the sky, accompanied by distant rumbling. Suddenly, thunder rips through the charged atmosphere with a deafening crash before several lightning bolts strike the ground. If a piece of alembic is on your terrain, it attracts the lightning. Otherwise, it strikes a few feet from you. Take a 13 and try your luck. Okay. If luck is on your side, take a 2. If you're jinxed, discard all of your hand cards and take a 3. No, thank you. You are jinxed. All right, well, we're not doing that. We're going to throw away a glimmer to use our fortune teller hut. And there goes all our glimmers. We were about to get a New Hope Reborn to draw again. Let's see what we get this time. Lady Luck is on our side. Okay. So thank God for the fortune teller hut. So we take a 2 card, huh? There's a bunch of 2 cards. I can't remember what they are. What? We get confused even in the worst case? So if you're already confused, discard all of your hand cards. Terrible. But this is the one we can cure ourselves. And in fact, we're better at curing ourselves now. But boy, we got confused. Even the lightning confuses you, even in the best of cases. Okay, so we're confused now. I want to undo this. I do remember that we have something to help us get unconfused, right? It was those juggling balls. Pass the time juggling. Return your confused card and or take a 150. Why would it be or? I mean, focused. Why wouldn't you want to be focused? So before we do that, we could use our focused card since we're going to get to keep another one. So, but add it to your hand. That's not that useful for us at this time. All right. And what's our lady who's good at this? So thinking if we use her, we can keep 2 cards to do it. So 2 cards, 2 successes. This is the same thing, but it's not thinking. So these juggling balls are kind of useless. We should probably return these. Although we get a 150, but she's good at doing this on her own, so we don't need this. Okay, so we can draw as many cards as we want, use 2 of them to get 2 successes. And if we fail, nothing bad happens. So I'm going to draw 4 cards. We can keep 2 of them to get 2 successes. That should do it. Okay. So way overkill. Any 2 of these cards would have worked. Well, okay. So that's a success. We got rid of our confusion. I probably should have just taken 3 cards. That was overkill. Return this. Okay, well, it's very easy for us to get rid of confused. That's pretty cool. I like that. I don't like being confused. All right, and now here we are making our way around, hoping to get to the sick people through this route. All right, so we're going here, from here, here. There it's riddled with loose pebbles and debris, and you must look carefully where you tread. With every step, an imposing wall seals off the way north. If we fall and break our glass, we're in a lot of trouble. I'm just going to remind you of that. Our cure gets broken, everything gets broken. So that's one reason that this is dangerous, taking this route. But and this is interesting. Look at these bare trees. I wonder, like we have that treasure map, right? And it has 2 trees. But I wonder if we need to be thinking about the idea that these trees might have died. But it's 3 trees. But look, it kind of looks like... This kind of looks like the imposing wall. Does that look like the cliff, though? This does look taller than that, but boy, it looks similar, doesn't it? Like you could imagine this. This tree is this tree. This tree would be this tree. And this tree would be off, slightly off our map. Doesn't quite look like it, but boy, it looks close. Let's see. There's no, the only what we could draw cards. It would cost us 4 cards to check whether this was that. But the whole point of this is this has to be a place where we could, hidden where no burrower could come. I don't really quite believe it, but we could try it for 4 cards. What do you think, Jonathan? What do you think the likelihood that this is that? And it's a little trick. The thing that throws me is this little area, but it's sort of off screen. Jonathan says, did you want to stop at the farmhouse before we go? Well, it's a good point. I haven't left yet. Shall we go to the farmhouse while we're here? Jonathan is not in a hurry to cure those people. All right, when we put this here, we're going to think about whether we want to try to dig for treasure here. It won't go away if we're wrong. It'll just cost us 4 cards or so. But Jonathan says before that, Jonathan wants to go to this, meet these people in this farmhouse. Okay, fair enough. Let's go 387. Let's meet the people at the farmhouse. A couple of farmers lived there with a few spiggies, surprisingly intelligent animals who are, according to them, good at finding tubers that grow in the area. Someone stole our most beautiful spiggy. It must have been a rascal from the city. Read 408. If you have a spiggy card, banish it and discard a gold 387 from the adventure deck without revealing it. So this is a little mission side quest. They want their pig returned. So 408, let's read about this. Maybe we'll get a little side quest. We say, tell me what happened. The other night, my wife heard a noise outside. I'm a heavy sleeper, so I didn't wake up. She just had time to see a wagon vanish, creaking and squeaking into the night. A racket of wood and scrap metal. At dawn, we discovered one of our spiggies was missing. I hope they didn't eat it. Write down the Spiggy Rustler. We got a new side quest. Spiggy Rustler. 408. When you find the thief's wagon at Waterbank. It's in Waterbank, and it's the thief's wagon. We saw that wagon, didn't we? Just parked on the side of the road. Read the dialogue whose number is equal to that of your terrain card plus 170. The thing is, we don't have much reason to ever go back to Waterbank. I'm certainly not inclined to do it now. Although you could argue that we're close to it. It's the best time to do it. But, okay. So we can see what we would get. We do get a story if we do it. All right, well, let's put them out here. We can always go back and do that another time. We could, if we wanted to, sort of house rule that we could leave all this here and go to water bank and just bring it out. I've just pushed the water bank off to the side there if we wanted to, but maybe we don't really want to do this. We do have to get home alive, don't forget. So we've got things to do. I don't think we can worry about this pig. Let's see. Jonathan says, it looks like there's only one remaining to the north. I think it makes sense to clear the fog to look at it, even if you don't want to walk on it. This area you're saying here makes sense to look at it just for mapping purposes. All right. Let's see. VI. We do have to worry about running out of time, but yes, this could go here. All right. So I'm going to look over here. Oh boy. An earthy haze obscures the huge mass of flesh of a gobbler. This burrower, as slow as it is tough, is capable of spitting huge quantities of earth and rock at its enemies. Deal with it or change course. So, it's brutal. It's got a lot of work involved. Why didn't I keep the card that lets us run away? Ah, but it's not an immediate fight. Okay, hold on, let's see. So this is a perfect example of something I'd rather run away from than fighting it. But brutal. Let me remind what brutal is. Brutal is during each consequence, if the action fails, roll a die. If you roll a 1, block an armor. If you roll a 2, block a weapon or secondary. Terrible. All right, but we don't have to fight this. It's slow. So we take this card, we put it here. Actually, yes, there is an arrow hidden under there. All right, so this is here. If we want to go this way, we have to beat this guy. Defeat it. It's a lot of... It's tough, but it's also a lot of work. Now, so what we could do is we could use if we really want to map that card, we could use this, grab flight, and use flight to throw away that burrower in order to map that area. But that's an expenditure. So I really don't know if it's really worth it just to map this one card. As much as I like mapping, that is just throwing out the card we're going to use to get healing. If we want to heal that woman. On the other hand, we do have one healer card in hand already. And we are going to get a bunch more cards in our hand. We are full up. So I don't know. What do you think, Jonathan? Is it worth it just to get rid of that burrower so we can see what that card is? Or shall we just take this as an omen and move along? Depends how bad you want to map out that card, I guess. I think let's move along. I was going to say the same thing. Okay, so we're going to move this way, which is 2 cards. We can keep one of these. One is first aid. So I'm going to keep the first aid because we are trying to move towards healing that person, although that's a great card. Okay. Now the question is, do we want to see if this is the treasure map? Could these be the trees of the treasure map? Remember, there used to be ocean here, so that's why this is probably not right, because this used to have water, right? And if it had water, then this wouldn't be a cliff face. So I guess this can't really be. Or is this where the water is, and this never was water? I think there was water here, so this can't be the treasure. Although, boy, that sure looks like the Kaban wall behind it. All right, I think maybe we should do this just to be sure. So we only need to get 3 successes. I'm going to draw 4 cards. I hope that's enough. I don't think this is going to be it, but let's see. All right, well, the good news is that we got our 3 successes. So we get to do this now. Card number is equal to the number of your terrain card plus 4. All right, so we're on terrain card 341. So 345 is what we're looking for treasure. And we're looking for a thumbs up, I guess. Nope. Nope. Okay, well, it was a waste of 4 cards, but maybe better safe than sorry. All right, and now we've got another card to explore here. We could try to listen there. I mean, we should try to listen there, but we could explore first. Let's just go ahead and listen. 371. I mean, logic told us that it wasn't the right place for the treasure, but better safe than sorry. You hear cries for help. You locate the source of the screams and discover a man dressed in animal skin whose arm is pinned by a large rock. I don't want to die here. By Chentai, get me out of here. So we can use strength to tip the rock over. Take a glimmer and a 297. I don't know what 297 is. Or we can amputate his arm. I mean, it sounds like if we can do it with strength, that's the best. He'd rather have us do that. Let's see. We do have an iron bar for strength. It's not even a red chain. So doesn't really help us much. I think with 6 cards, do we even have a blade? We don't even have a blade. We couldn't even cut his arm off if he wanted to, because we gave up our sword. Well, we've been playing this game to help people, so we are going to help him. 8 successes, huh? All right, I'm going to go ahead and use this because it's carrying this around forever is pointless. This helps us do it with less cards, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. So now we need 7 successes. I think if we draw 7 cards, we should get 7 successes, or we'll get enough symbols to do it. But wow, 7 cards. Okay, we're saving him though. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we fail, nothing happens, but we've wasted lots of cards. Okay. 7, and I'm hoping we have some random. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, can you see this? This is not looking good. Well, each card is like half. All right, what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus 2 wild cards gives us our 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We just made it. Okay. That's a little scary. Wait, we needed 8? Oh, that's a shame. That's really a shame if that's true. Why did we not? Wow. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Wow. I guess I was thinking 7 because of the other thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That gives us 7. Wow, that's terrible. What a waste. If we had gotten one more fist, we'd be able to generate. No, that's max 1. Wow. We don't have anything to help us, huh? What a waste of cards that was. What? That feels like I was stupid. I should have played it a little safer. Ugh. Wow, what a waste. And determination gets wasted. All right, well, I got some news for this guy, and it's not good. I don't have time to, we can't afford to do this again. So this guy is just gonna stay here and die. I don't have anything to do. I guess we can come back and get him later. But I'm not gonna do this again, am I? It just seems like I just don't have the stamina to do it again. I'll come back with a knife and cut your arm off. No big deal. All right, that was painful to miss that and wasted determination. I should not have played that so carefully. I just felt like we got unlucky with those draws. But yeah, that doesn't help. All right, moving along. Look at this. Aha! We got an unveiler. All right, so we already have an unveiler 413 in our thing. So it's been a while since we got an unveiler. So let's bring out the terrain card. It's actually a gold terrain 157. Even though plenty of massive boulders are broken off, the carbon line is held. The same cannot be said for the territory to the south, which has been ravaged by burrowers. The whirring of a large whitish ladybug pulls you out of your contemplation. Oh, here is our treasure map. I think this is our treasure map. I think this might be our treasure map. And I see a number. And there's a ladybug, and there's a thing there. This is like the holy grail of all terrain pieces. It's weird that there's no non-gold 157. Maybe our treasure map made that happen. All right, well, why is this getting confused? All right, so this is what we've revealed. The first thing is there's a number here. So I guess we should do that first. But there's also a ladybug and an unveiler here. So let's first do this 198, I guess. Doesn't really give us a choice, does it? As you make your way through the rubble, you notice wisps of pinkish smoke rising intermittently from the ground. Okay. So there's a new area there. And does that have a thumbs up? Yes. Okay. All right. So here we are. And there's a unveiler ladybugs here. And this looks like the treasure to me. Doesn't it? Like a tree in the center. There's our tree in the center on a round thing. We've got trees to the left and the right. There's a lot more trees now. But and then he says it's here where no burrower can find it. He might be talking about what's in there. I wonder if, what are we supposed to do? Add 4. And that was 157. But now it's changed. It would be odd for this to be the treasure location, because it's changed numbers and both treasure locations. I guess this probably isn't the treasure location, but it looks too close to not do it, don't you think? I don't know. What do you think, Jonathan? It's just from a meta perspective, they'd have to have a +4 for this card and for this card. Also, this seems to show like high ledges of the carbon wall that are empty, and this has them all built up. So probably this isn't the treasure map, but boy, does it look close. I'm scared not to check it out. All right, well, we spotted the number. Surely we want to go look at that. Okay, so I'm going to put this on our map. I'm going to walk us over there. That's 2 cards. We can keep 2 of them. Draw an additional look at the top 3 cards. I guess I'll look at the top 3 cards and do that right now, but first we have to get our full health back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I should already know that by now. All right, we are getting dangerously low in health. We're now at 22. We need to think about heading home. I don't think those people are getting cured. Okay, so what was I saying? Let's do this right away. No, we wait. We wait. Okay, so let's go look at this 363. And I'm waiting for Jonathan to say whether he thinks this is the treasure card or not. As you approach the smoke from a hole in the ground, you see ladybugs flying around. Since these creatures are attracted to arcane energy, it's very likely this place is highly charged. Whoa! Immediately, look at all this smoke. Immediately after this is revealed, take a 49. That's a glimmer. There's only one more glimmer and we could get a Hope Reborn. And then we could, if we wanted to, take a 349. That's the arcane energy, which we're full up on. So we should use our arcane energy if we want. But we have no need to do this now. All right, let me put this attached. Unless we have a test that needs it, it's not that useful to us. We could list that. Did we didn't listen yet, huh? Is that another person who's dead in there? All right, let's listen. Hopefully it's not someone else who's needs rescuing. There's a couple of 110 cards. All right, I'm listening. An oppressive silence hangs over the area as if all life has fled or perished. You feel a sharp pain in your calf. A small spider has crawled under your clothes and bitten you. Finally, it seems that there is still life in the air, even if it brings you no comfort. Discard all 110 cards. Okay, this is pretty brutal. Without revealing them. Take a 13 to try your luck. If it's on our side, it's not venomous. Discard one card blessing or all our hand cards. If we're jinxed, we get poisoned. Okay, well, we can get ourselves out of this mess. Okay, so here's our reveal of Lady Luck. Lady Luck is on your side. Okay, that's good. So it wasn't venomous, but we now have to throw away all the cards in our hand, which are good cards, or a blessing card. But we have blessing cards, so let's see. Which one would we rather discard? You are confident or you are focused? I feel like it's easier to get focused. But focused lets us grab the card we need. So I'm going to get rid of confident. All right, so we survived that stupid spider. Don't ever look in there again. Remember that. 110, well, maybe some of the 110s are good. I don't know. All right, so now the question is for Jonathan. Says he doesn't think the treasure is there. Okay, that's okay because we'll remember it. If we run out of other places to find the treasure, we can come back there and try it out again. So now we've got to go south. We've got to start heading back home. Nibblers, little burrowers, sink their sharp fangs into their prey and chew it to the bone. Luckily, you notice an imposing rock about 100 paces away. If you choose to face them, apply the failure consequence of the climb action below. Otherwise, you must run. Nibblers, okay. So we can choose to face them. If we do, we do this. Otherwise, you must get involved in the run. If you choose to face them, apply the failure consequence, of the climb action. Okay, so if we decide to face them, we do this. They're waiting for you. Take a 174 and fight. And they've got brutal and unsettling. Otherwise, we run. If we reach the rock, we must do the climb action. If we fail, we must do the climb action, but we ignore a success. So we can jump straight to this fight of the nibblers. We can just choose to jump straight to this and fight the nibblers. Or we can try to run and then climb. But this is mandatory, so we can't do anything. Well, we're full of arcane energy, so I feel like we could fight the hell out of something. So I'm inclined to just fight it rather than draw all these cards. Although reaching the rock and safe is not so bad. See, 3 cards, we get 2 successes, probably. And then climbing, we can probably do this. 3 cards, but can we do it? Maybe not. But if we succeed, we get some good stuff, and if we fail, we just have to fight them. 2 and 2. We get to keep 1. 3, 4, 5, 8 cards. I think we should. Oh. I'm just trying to think. I guess we should try to avoid fighting them if we can. Brutal and unsettling, that's not good. All right, so, but we're not going to, if we can't, we can't. So, this is returned. All right, well, we're going to try to avoid fighting them, but if we can't, we can't. Or we could just fight them. With all this arcane magic. 154, we don't have that. Another blessing, that would be nice. All right, let's try it. Maybe we can get lucky. All right, so I'm going to take only 3 cards to try to get 2 successes. Can only use 2 of them. I guess I got to get 4 cards. All right, I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but we have no way to increase it, huh? All right, here we go. Let's try to get to the rock and climb it. So we're going to need to get 2 standalone stars. Okay, so we took 4 cards. Only 2 of them have what we needed. So that's a success. We get to keep one of these. This would let us use our companion. There we go, determination. Okay. So let's keep determination. Let's get rid of enchanted projectile. Could keep 2 of these cards if we wanted to. We don't. Okay, fine. So we kept determination, and now we moved on to here. Climb. So now we're going to climb. We're going to use determination for 1 success. Now we only need 3 successes. And we can use focus if we wanted to grab a card from here. One additional card. Reveal it. So we could use it to grab this. That would turn these into this. Probably not going to be useful to us. Actually, we can make this work, I think, if we do it this way. During the gear up, we're going to use determination. We discard it during gear up to get one success. Then we're going to use focused to grab this back and use it again. So that's 2 successes. And now we get to draw 3 cards to get 2 more successes. We're going to draw 4 cards to make sure. Now we can use 3 of these to get 2 successes. And there we go. There's our 3 successes, 1 overkill. Let's see what Jonathan is saying to make sure I miss anything. We could use the Tower by Cal to go back to the Citadel for 10 cards, couldn't we? No, we can't. It requires us to have the right feather card to do that, and we don't have the right feather card. So I don't think we have that. But we did succeed here, which gives us a glimmer, which is our 5th glimmer, so that could be turned into a Hope Reborn, and a 154, which is that we are lucky. All right, so we avoided having to fight them. We used a lot of stuff, but I still think it was probably the right thing to do. That was here, so now we bring out our 168. I mean, 7 Citadel, it's punishing. All right, let's see what our 168 is. A spot of land in the rocks shaped somewhat like a giant shell dominates the surroundings. Whoa, look at that. Well, look, the good news, and it's not insignificant good news. The good news is our hope that we could take this route and go south is looking like it's going to pay off, right? Because if we look here, I believe that we are, let's see, we're here. We're like right, I guess we're right here now. Oops. We're right here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we're right here. So, and there's a way south. So that means that we are going to be able to take this route to connect back to where we want to go. So that's the good news. We have 22 health. That's enough to refill twice. That's not a huge amount to get all the way back home, but I think it's possible. And the route's not too treacherous. All right, so let's go. Let's go south. Takes a card. We can keep it. I guess we should look at this shell-like stuff, even though I don't know. Maybe it's pushing our luck. Maybe we should be running back. There's 2 things to look at here. I am a little nervous. Let me put out the cards. Thankfully, the land's going to get a little safer soon, but Jonathan, let me know what you think, when you think we need to sprint back home. We do have quite a ways to go. Let's see. Yeah, we have to go. Let's change color here. We have to go. We're here, so we have to go like this. And then to this. That is quite a distance. It all has to be re-explored, although much of this area is pretty safe. That's quite a distance. I think we have enough help to do it. I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to be okay. But, oh, sorry, you can't see that. So there's the distance we have to go home. That's quite a while, quite a ways. But we wouldn't be wasting time. We'd just be walking and exploring our way back. And much of it is in safe areas, so I think we're okay. John says, just remember, if we need to use a Hope Reborn for health, we'll have to cash them all in at once. Well, that's a very good point. We have, but we only have one Hope Reborn, Jonathan. But we do have 5 glimmers. I think we can make it. This is the... We've got this one and the next one, and then we're in home territory, so... where is our healer? Our healer is right near us. All right, tell you what. Let's not be greedy. The fun of 7 Citadel is exploring. Let's save some exploring for us to do. Let's head, we'll cure that woman, and then we'll head home. And we'll explore this stuff another day. Right? I think that's the thing to do. Let's get out of this danger zone. And then we'll explore them another day. You pass by a narrow cavity that would make an excellent shelter. If you're exhausted, you must take it. Otherwise, you may choose to take it. If you'd rather go your way, discard a card showing a fist icon, which we could discard our first aid wild card icon, or take a 1 card, which I guess is exhausted. Or we could rest. Take a 13. If it's on our side, return all the temporary. If you're jinxed, we got stung. And I see there's a mushroom here on this thing, but it's the mushroom we're not particularly good at eating. So I'm not inclined to try to eat it. It's forcing us to rest and try our luck. But we can make it work, but then we lose all temporary, so we would lose our luckiness. I guess that's all we've got that's temporary. If you'd rather go your way, so we could throw away first aid. But I really want to use first aid for this lady, but maybe we don't need it. Let me just take a look at what if she says. You can do first aid or 0/0 if you have a return a card with the keyword cure. So I guess we don't really need our first aid if we're going to give her the cure. Just not 100% sure we are going to give her the cure. Because we might want to heal her instead. I mean, we could certainly use our glimmer to get out of this. And then just lose our lucky card, which wouldn't be the end of the world. Take a 13. We're lucky. Get rid of that. That's a lot of glimmers we would use. Or we just get rid of first aid. And we can come get it anyway. Okay, so we're just going to discard a first aid with a wild card to count as our fist, which I believe is fine, and we get rid of that. Okay. And we're not going to eat those mushrooms. All right, so this card, which is here, goes away. I threw out my first aid. Okay. Or we could just take an exhausted. We could probably recover from exhausted, but whatever. Not important. Okay, 183, the card down here. Not far from dead corals colonized by shells, a wreck emerges from the muddy seabed. Whoa. All right. Well, we've got some people that are good at that. Let's see. So, where is our doggy, Brownie? Brownie, go down there, see what you can find. I think that's what's going to happen. However, we're wasting him on something that doesn't need his skills. Why would we do that? We wouldn't do that. Doesn't need any successes. It's just one card. Is it going to be a trap, though? I'm a little hesitant. All right, well, this goes here. Let's just do it. I think we should stick to our plan. We've done enough adventuring for this scenario. I think let's not get greedy and break all our stuff. Let's go down here for one, which we get to keep. It's useless. I think we just walk right by it. I think we just walk right by it. Now, we don't know what's here. But we do know that this is our home territory, but we've never seen what's over here. But our plan is we're in a different mode of operation now. So we're going to not worry about that. We're going to head down. I think that's the right thing to do. So let's explore down here. Oh boy. Look at your timepiece. If it's between 19 and 23:11, it's not, then we discard it. Unfortunately, it's late at night. It's right now 4:33 a.m. So we have to have a fight. It's a fight. Add the ambush trait, ignore unsettling trait. And then there's a compass action, which the doggy is good at. But I don't understand who we're fighting against. By the way, we had some unveilers. We didn't even pay attention to them. That's okay. I don't get it. Who are we fighting? What is this? What is this? Oh, okay. I understand it. Jonathan, do you get this card? Look, it goes here. And it's just fog that we don't know how to get through. And this fighting just says that if we have to fight anyone on an adjacent space, this modifies it and gives them ambush and unsettling. It's a modifier of any fight. Okay, but we can get rid of this card by doing a 6 and 6. Now, where is our hunting dog? It's time for him to shine because this is what he's good at. He's going to find us a way out of the fog. So he's going to turn this 6/6 into a 3. Sorry, a 4. He's giving us 2 successes. So we need to get 4 successes, and we can draw as few as 3 cards. It's not a forced action, so we have time to prepare. So it's time for us to use these cards that we've got in our hand. First of all, intuition lets us take 3 cards from your action deck, put them back in the same order. But first, we could take cards from here if we wanted to heal her up, but I think I'd rather wait for her. Wait till we need it. But determination is good. We need a bunch of successes. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll use inspiration now rather than holding it onto it forever. We're going to take determination and we're going to take this healing for this lady in case we need it. Okay, and then we're going to use intuition action to look at the top 3 cards so we know what we're in for if we draw cards. So when we draw cards, we'll have 2.5 successes. Doesn't matter, the order does it. Okay, so 2.5 successes from the first 3 cards we draw. We need 4 successes plus the dog's 2. Okay, and we've got 2.5. So I guess we need to draw 2.5, 4.5. So I think maybe we take these 3 and no, I'm not going to use determination on a non-locked card when we've got plenty. And then 3 more should give us another 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the dog. Okay, I think this should do it. Okay, a little dangerous. We just did it by using 6 cards. Wow, that was close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That gets us our 6 successes. Scary. All right, so these all go. And we found our way around it. So this gets discarded, which was important because we need to go down here. And now we have to see if the dog gets lost. Oh, really, hopefully he doesn't. But he did save us. Okay, so the dog, we roll a die. If we roll a 1, he gets lost. Okay, well, we rolled a 4, so he didn't get lost. Our doggy is safe, and he helped us out. All right, so we're leaving this shipwreck, and we're moving down here. Oh, this is where we get, okay, before we move down here, this is where we get confused, which is okay, because we can get unconfused, right? But let me just see on our map here. Yes, that was our plan, though. We don't have a good way. Isn't it? Where's the starfish? Am I wrong about where we are? Oh, no, it's not there. It's over here. Okay, so yes, there it is. There's the card in the center, which is below us. So we actually never have been above it because we found some scary things there. So, can we go around it, though? I believe we can. I believe rather than going down, we should have been smart and go over. We should have known that that was the thing we're trying to avoid. So actually, we'd rather go here. So that was a wasted exploration. We should have known that. Sorry, we'd rather go this way, which we've not been before. Yes, okay, so we're going to do this. Hopefully this is not a scary thing. A body emerges from a hole in the ground. You approach it and see that the unfortunate man has been cut in 2 at the waist. Burrowers, no doubt. So we have to do a thinking test, 0, 2. If we succeed, we hold back our disgust and get some stuff. Otherwise, we just lose our lucky card. That's not so bad. To lose this is not so bad. But it's thinking if we wanted to succeed, we could get something fun for it. And where's our person who's good at this? Thinking. So we could use her to keep one card. And we need 2 successes. So we could do this. I guess let's try to do this. Why not? So I'm going to use the determination and use her. So we can keep 1 card to get 1 success. So if we draw 3 cards, we'll probably get a success. If we fail, we fail. Okay, let's see. Wow, overkill. Okay, that's just the way it goes. All right, so yeah, maybe I shouldn't have drawn 3, but we did succeed, and now we roll a die. We got a 5. So for a 5, we take a 249 card. Let's see if we found something good on the body. Well, this is new. Fighter's Potion gives you 4 fists and 2 life points. That's great. Sometimes we need fists and we don't have them. That's a great card. Okay, that was worth it. It's fragile. We're going to fall down and break all our fragile stuff. It's going to be heartbreaking. All right, so then this goes away. 97 comes out. A thatched building stands at the far end of a rocky gorge. The stagecoach parked next to it suggests it might be a coaching inn. Oh, we discovered some cool area. Now this could be our treasure chest. Looked at from a different angle, there's a tree on a little round perch. All right, let's put this out. This is fun that we're discovering some new areas. We just got to be careful. But I think we're okay. I think we can get home in time. But I think we should not mess around. Okay, so we're on the right route. We're going to walk in here, draw 1 card. We get to keep it. We are not going to mess with them. Yes, Jonathan says, can't we just go 1 more right and avoid it? That's what, it took me a while, but I did realize it. Okay, so VI comes here. So we've never been here before. We have been here. Let's back up. So we are now right. We're above this. We're now right here. In new territory. And so we know what's below us. Is that right? 97? It's not quite right. Because those are 97s. I wonder if we're not... we're not quite where I think we are. We're actually, I think, 1 up. We may be 1 up over here somewhere. So we still have a ways to go, which I think means no messing around. My question is, could this be the treasure area? I suppose we don't have time. We're going to follow our strategy. We're not going for treasure hunting, throwing away cards. But we could go right, or we could go down, but I think we want to go down. All right, so, however, we got to take another break, another 8-minute break. We'll come back. And once we get into our home territory, we'll just quickly run home as fast as we can. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Call for Two. It's 6 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. It's 5 a.m. in Champaign, Illinois. We've been playing for 6 hours. We've got enough health to make it back, certainly, but we're trying to cure a woman and get back to familiar territory. And so here we are. We're passing up some opportunity to do some cool stuff because we want to get out of the unknown. So we're going to go ahead and we could explore here, but let's start by going, well, that's the same mistake I made over here. I did this even though we didn't have to. So let me understand where we are here. So we haven't seen any of our territories yet, but we believe that we're probably that the crazy land was probably here. So that area there is probably this here. I think that makes sense. So this is new territory for us. So is this. So is this. And we want to head this way. But if this is new territory, we might as well go down here. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, it's another alembic, huh? No, if you have the alembic, take a 550. Otherwise, if you have weakness, -2. All right, well, we don't have any weakness, so we're safe. Safe enough for us to stop. Jonathan says the coral card would be the one to the left of the card we chose not to walk on. The coral card would be to the left. I see. So you're saying the card I've circled in blue is here. Right. Okay. Yes. All right. Let's bring up this card 359. 359, yes. Well, this goes there. The gorge where the gurgling river once flowed is filled with rocky ridges rising above the dry riverbed. Okay, so this is new territory for us. Looks kind of scary. It's got those red flowers, which we know how to eat to unblock a card. So we could throw away our lucky blessing to unblock a card if there's a card we want to bring back into our deck. I'm not sure we wouldn't rather have the success. I think I'd just assume keep our success for lucky. Okay, so 194 is below it. Okay, so for sure now there's no doubt that the card below this new card we just revealed is this card right here. So the card we just revealed is right here. Okay, well, that's where we want to go. We want to go straight down, and that'll bring us to Our Lady. Good. All right, so down we go. That's one card. We can keep it. We don't want it. Do we want to unblock a card? No. So we're just going to ignore those berries. I think, I gotta say, I know our plan is to stop getting distracted, but I think thematically we're in this crazy thing. I gotta look at that. I gotta see what that is. Hopefully it won't be another spider that bites me. Oh boy, there's two 260s. I don't know about this. I don't feel good about this. Some small animal prints are visible in the dirt. You might want to set some snares in case the critters are still around. Okay, so discard the other 260s. We can just go on our way if we want. Or we have a sack of grain we can use as a trap. Or the dog is good at tracking. He could lay a trap and get 2 successes. We just need 2 more. But we could lose the dog. It feels like that would be overkill. We could do our own grain to get food. Food just gives us 5 cards. It doesn't seem worth it. Well, 5 cards. I changed my mind. I mean, the only question is whether we net out positive, right? So we have the grain. If we drew 4 cards, we'd probably get 3 successes. We get to keep one of those and get 5 for 1 card. That's not worth it. Let's just move on. I mean, it's technically worth it. Technically worth a +1 card, but it's not worth the trouble. All right, so let's bring out our 194. It's not worth the trouble after 6 hours of streaming. Okay, so here's our 194. The wind rushes between the walls of a rocky gorge, giving off an overpowering melody. 2 cracks scar the ground, forming a pattern that reminds you of a cross. Okay, so we have been here before. This is on our map. It was pretty exciting when we got to this card from below. And now here we are connecting it up with the world. Pretty cool. Okay. It's fun to connect this corner of the map, actually. 2 disconnected areas of the map we have been able to bring together and map out lots more of the area. Okay, well, we're going to walk onto this for 1 card. We could keep it if we want. It's dodging and stuff. Not very useful, but vigilance is even worse. That's a I'd like to just get rid of that card just for defense. We don't need it. Okay, so here we are. I don't remember if we looked at this before or if we were in too big a rush. Do you remember, Jonathan? Did we look at that card? I think we should look at it. 1 card, unless Jonathan remembers that we looked at it. I think when we were up here before, we were panicking. So I don't think we looked at it. I'm going to go ahead and look at it. I'm going to spend a card. So we could keep this running card, but it's not useful for us. I'm going to throw it away. 284. Watch Jonathan tell me it's a bad thing. We shouldn't have done it. There's multiple 284s. Oh, these are always bad when you get the multiples. You pass a bush with blue leaves. Birds are feasting on its berries, but that does not mean that they're edible for you. Oh, these are the birds. All right, well, we could try to dodge the birds, 2 and 3, or we could fight them. They've got evasive 3. If we succeed, we get a 151, which is a blessing. But if we run away, we're going to lose 5 cards, which I'd really rather not do. What is evasive again? I think evasive is every 3 cards. We got to throw away 3 cards. Evasive is during each draw step, for every 3 cards you draw, lose X cards. So if we draw 3 cards, we got to throw away 3 cards if we try to fight them. So this could cost us 6 cards, but we have weapons for this. I mean, we can surely succeed at this. How about this net? This net ignores evasive and is +2, but we might block it. So if we draw this and we draw 4 cards and use all 4, I think that works. All right, so we're going to use our net. Hopefully we're not going to lose it, but we might. We're going to try to fight. Secondary fabric. It's not even a weapon. So we could also use this. No, that's also secondary. I have a feeling we have some items we're not remembering to use. I guess trinket and weapon. I'll use this too, just in case we get wild card. Sorry, just in case we get wild card symbols. Yeah, okay. Anyway, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna draw 4 cards. Oh, I have to refresh my hand here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 8 health, which brings us down to 14. Yikes. We've got another refresh and that's it. But we could cash in our Hope Reborns if we won't. So we're not going to die. We're not going to die. All right, we're going to draw 4 cards. We can use all 4. In fact, we can use a lot, but we're not going to use more than 3. And if we fail, we fail. That's what I said last time. I wasn't happy about that, was I? 4 cards. Maybe I need to be more cautious. 4 cards. Maybe I need to draw 5 cards and not mess around, not F around so much. We don't even get to keep any of these. 4 cards is surely enough to get 2, but not 3. Okay, so 5 cards. Here we go. We can't mess around. But we can use all of them. Wow, look how few successes we got here. But we did get enough early. 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. All right, we had to draw a lot of cards though. Those were not great card draws, so maybe it was good we drew enough. All right, so we did both of these to avoid the evasive. Iron bar is fine, but we might break our net. Let's see about this first. It's a 3, so our net did not break. That's nice. And we got this benefit, which is they just run away, but we get a little bit of a blessing. What blessing did we get? Unleashed. Okay, which fixes exhaustion. Birds are annoying. Now that was, hold on. Does 284 tell us to throw away the other 284s? No. So the interesting thing is there is another 284 if we wanted to look in there again. But that's insanity, right? Let me just see if it's gold. I don't think it is gold. No, it's not. It's not gold. All right, let's not be stupid. Let's head. Let's head down. We got this woman to cure. So that was trying to go here. So now we have, no, that was going here. So we haven't done this yet. It's a 3, so the territory is a little bit safer, I think. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh my god, it's always this tough stuff. 100 paces away, an individual waves to you. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, talk to him. I mean, we always got time to help a fellow traveler. I'm going to take a card and throw it away. And our ground shiver level is 5 or higher, so 211. I mean, if people need help, we try to stop for them. But we do have work to do, so let's see. A man, a stonemason, is looking for a place to go. Roll a die to learn the name of the place he's looking for. If it can be found on a feather card, you point out the direction who gives us something. You don't know the location. The man tells you he does not have the time to talk any longer. Okay. Well, he's trying to get to a small quarry. I don't think we know about a small quarry. It wants to know about a feather card. So do we have any small quarries on our feather cards? Herbalist, Meyer, Amber. No. Okay. So that's that. I think we did maybe see the small quarry, but we can't help him. That's fine. Now we're getting a picture that the feather cards don't really tell you so much about the world that's new as give you a way to use information you've discovered on the map. Okay, 279. That's, well, at least that was not so difficult. All right, is this our woman? Is she ready to get cured? Bridge spans a wide crevasse. All right, it's not our woman yet, but it is where the woman lives. Okay, let's put this map out. We've come a long way, but we still have quite a while to go west. All right, I'm going to walk onto this card, staying on the singing lane, discard a card. Let's see, do we want consider instead of something else? I think we do. I think I'll take consider over that. All right, so here's our woman. 337, here we go. Let's see if we can't cure this woman and then be done with her. There's a hamlet at the edge of a deep crevasse. Some of its houses seem to have been swept away into the fault, but some remain, surrounded by their vegetable gardens. You knock on a door, a raucous coughing fit answers, and you decide to go inside. Here she is. So, we can make progress on our poisoned hamlet by getting rid of this card and curing her. Now we have 2 ways to cure her. We can give her the cure that we've built in our jar. The only reason not to do that is if we think we can combine that and create something more interesting. So there's the cure. Sorry, let me do it this way. There's the cure. The bitter jam is a cure. Do we have to discard it? Yes. We have to throw away this bitter jam that was hard for us to build to cure her. The only hesitation I'm having about that is because we could combine that with this and turn it into a 210 card, which might or might not exist. So we could destroy our cure. So, but before we use this on her, before there was no way for us to do this cure, this heal action, but we do have 2 healing cards now. So let's take a look at this. If we combined our first aid with our healer, we could get 1 success. We can only do this once, Jonathan. I mean, we just get a cure. It doesn't matter how many successes. We just check off one box. We're going to have to cure other people. Because this card's going to go away. Banish this card. Only one checkbox. Okay, but now I was just saying, can we cure her a different way? So if we use these two cards and this card, we've got one success, two success, and we can use two cards. That's a +2, actually. So then we'd be able to get 3 cards. And we need 3 cards to get 2 successes. So we can actually cure her without using our cure. John says it doesn't banish until all 4. Oh, you're right. Okay, you are absolutely right. So we're just curing people here. And when we do it 4 times, Jonathan is right. When all 4 are checked, banish it. Okay, so we're probably going to do both things. Well, that makes life easier. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. We're going to start by giving her this cure. Now you're making sense to me. Okay, Jonathan. So we're going to give her this cure. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. You don't want to combine this and see what it creates. It's going to take a lot of effort to make this again. We're never, if we don't do it now and try to combine these, we're never doing it, Jonathan. Aren't you curious to see what would happen? I know, I always talk myself into not curing this woman. But aren't you curious to see what would happen? It might give us a super cure that's permanent cure. Gotta try this, don't we? Don't we gotta try combining these? Is anyone else in the channel? Don't we want to see what would happen? It could just be wasted, though. All right, Jonathan, I'm going to let you make final decision, but I won't blame you either way. Should we try combining these 2 jams in order to get a 210 card, which could be nothing? We have no idea. Could, even if it's a super cure, it might only be usable once. Don't combine them, says Jonathan. Okay, that's it then. Done and done. All right, so we're using the cure on her. So it's a 0-0. We just use up the cure. Return 1 card. Okay, so 208 goes returned. It can be made again. And she gets cured by 1 tick box. Okay, so there's the poisoned Hamlet. We made 1 progress on it right there. All right, and as Jonathan points out, we can now do it again. We can combine these 2 to make another cure, which is what I assume Jonathan wants to do. So we're going to combine these 2. I mean, if we're going to do it, we're trying to get this done, right? Combining these 2 to get a 208. And we've got another cure. We're going to use it on her again. Do we read anything when we cure her? No, only when all 4. but we take a 49 each time. All right, so hold on. Let's pause for a second. I think we got to trade in our glimmers because we're going to get them in this action. So I'm going to trade in 5 glimmers for a Hope Reborn. Okay. Now we're curing her. We're going to take our 49, one of them back. All right. Now we have 2 Hope Reborns and 1 Glimmer. Okay. So that was our first one. Now we're doing it again. Here's your bitter jam, and I'm giving it to you with a bit of bitterness because you are making us use a lot of stuff to cure your whole town. So there I'm returning the second bitter jam. Okay. And now she's cured for the second time. Not just her, but the whole town, I guess. That's the poisoned hamlet. I feel like we might have been able to cure her more efficiently if we discovered some other stuff. Okay, but now we've got to do it a different way because we have no more cures. So if we look at our hand, we can use a bunch of stuff. Let's see, this would get us 1. This would get us 2 successes, plus able to use 3 cards. 2 successes, 3 cards. Feels like with 3 cards we could get 2 successes. So I think we just need to use these 2 combined. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to use these 2. We're not going to use the healer card because we're going to try to save this for an additional action of curing, a more Hail Mary. Okay, so we need 2 successes. If we take 3 cards, we're likely to get 2 successes, but we don't. I guess we don't have to decide we're spending this yet, but we are spending this, so we don't want to mess up. So I'm going to take 4 cards. With 4 cards, I should be able to get 2 successes. Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh boy. It didn't work. Wait, it did work. It did work. Okay. 1 success. 2 success. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's our 4 successes. We needed all 3 cards, which is 1 on here, plus this gives us 2. So that was a little scary, but we did manage to do it. Maybe I shouldn't have. I should have played it a little safer. Okay, so these get discarded. We used our first aid card. We got 2 medical cards the last time we upgraded. We've just used 1 of them to give her another cure. She only needs 1 more cure left to get 4. And can we pull it off? That's the question. If we could reach and get a card in our hand, I don't know what this is doing here. I think this is discarded. If we could get a card in our hand, let me just see here. We spent these, but we drew that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Consider from our hand as part of that previous action to keep this card from our draw. Okay, so there's that. Now, we need to get 4 successes. Determination can give us 1. We need 3 more. The healer will let us turn these, 2 of these into 2 of these twice. So 1, 2, 3 plus 4. So as long as we get 2 arcane, we're going to be able to do this. Now, if we take, what about, do we have a magic spell that turns arcane into successes? I don't think we do anymore. But what about if we have to, we bring our lady who can generate them. So if we bring her, we could throw away 2 cards from our hand to generate, but that's going to be rough because because of our hand size is this. But I think what we'll do is we can only use one of these for success, but the rest for symbols. And we're looking just to get 2 arcane symbols. Our deck is full of arcane. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to take 7 cards. Because we don't want to fail this. So I think with 7 cards, we're going to get 2 arcane symbols. Or at least 1. If we get at least 1, we can use her to generate the other. So we're surely going to succeed in this. All right, we're using determination. That's 1 success. Remember, we can only use 1 of these cards for our successes, but that's okay. Okay, well, there's our 2 arcane symbols. So we're going to succeed at this. In fact, look, though, we didn't get any others. And we can only use 1 card. So actually, we got pretty lucky because only these 2 gave us our 2. Okay, but that's 2. So these 2 turn into 2 successes from our healer. That's 2 successes, 3 successes, plus 1 on our result is 4 successes. So we did it. We cured her. It took us a lot of our energy. Thanks to our apprentice, though, we did cure her up. Took everything, all of our strength to cure this woman 4 times, but we actually did it. 4 cures of the hamlet. Jonathan says, good job treating the village. Thank you. All right, now we get a 49. We're almost going to get another Hope Reborn with our glimmers. And we read 427. We have cured this whole hamlet. That is pretty exciting. That was a lot of effort, and they waited patiently for us to do it. So let's see. She's coughing. Oh my God. You have figured out the reason the farmers are sick. Did we, though? The fumes. The farmer looks at you dumbfounded. It's the fumes from the crevice. Well, we say, it's the fumes from the crevice that are poisoning you. So maybe if we had gone down into that mine, we would have been able to cure it a little more efficiently. I don't know, but okay. I'm afraid you'll have to leave this place if you want any chance of recovery. The man seems affected to learn about this. And we say, hey, I run a community a few days' walk from here to the west. We'd be happy to have you there. After telling the other families, the farmer comes to you. We accept your offer. Check the initiated and finished of the poison hamlet. Okay. We finished the poison hamlet. Initiated and finished. And we get +2 provisions. Okay, 23 and 24 we're at. And, 2 99 cards. So another 99. I think I didn't take any 99 cards yet. Have I taken any 99s from this? I don't think I did. So 2 99 cards. I think we are now going to max out our Hope Reborn for this mission. So this is pretty good. All right, this was good timing. As long as we make it home alive. If we don't make it home alive, then it's all for naught. And now we have to go home. It's a straight path, right? No, it's a straight path to the mining expedition. We got to go down too. But it looks like we might as well... Well, I don't know. Which way do we want to go? We have to cross the bridge, yes. But this bridge here looks... This is the only way down. Okay, so that's it. That's what we're going for. So we go... Oh, sorry, you can't see that. I guess I can show them both on the screen, but it doesn't work. Okay. So we're going to go down across the bridge and then left. Okay, so down across the bridge, we have to explore there. So there's a 3. Before we leave, actually, this gets banished, right? Okay. So we could actually check out the village now that they've left it, because I happen to have noticed there is another card here. Let's see what happens. Let's do this. This could be tricky. Not a soul remains in the hamlet. You enter one of the buildings. You search the interior, but find nothing of interest except a gardening tool. You could rest in one of the beds if you clear the dust. Immediately after this is revealed, take a 39 card. What is a 39 card? Do we know? We found a flail, I see. Gardening tool. It's a weight of 1. We can carry it. It's a trinket. It's not that useful to us. But why not? It bumps our weight up. Okay. We could take a gift action. You can give them to each other, or you can rest 4 life points. All right. I mean, we'll just take the 4 life points. I won't say no to that. Okay. And then this gets discarded. No numbers. Can we please take one of those pots? That damn witch wants a pot. We keep seeing pots, but they never lets us take any. All right. Here we go. Your ground shiver suddenly comes to life just before the ground begins to vibrate. If an involved character is confused, they panic. Falling action fails. Okay, we didn't panic, but we have to sneak, but we can draw as many cards as we want. You move away as quietly as possible. How thematically cool is that? Like, you could decide how much energy you want to spend on slowly moving. The more you spend, the more likely it is to succeed. If you fail, we're going to lose 4 cards. We're going to take a weakened or injured. We have to fight or things get worse. I really don't want to fail this. Are we any good at sneaking? Kind of. But not really. None of our people are good at sneaking either. Not even our doggy. So, but who can make... We don't have enough cards in hand for this. This is what we should be... We should have done this a while ago to see if it could work to help us avoid these things. I have a feeling it can. So I'm just trying to see if there's ways we can avoid this nonsense. But there really isn't. Oh, yes, there is. Okay. If we wanted, we could drink this potion, which would give us 6 successes. But that's overkill. We've got enough health. We want to keep this. Okay, we're just going to solve this on our own because there's no red thing. So we can draw as many as we want. Okay, so if we draw 1, 2, 3, 4, but we really don't want to fail this. So I'm going to take 5 cards. With 5 cards, we're going to get 3 successes. Unless things go terribly wrong. Oh boy. There we go. Not by much, though. We didn't overdo it by much. Okay, we can use as many cards as we want. So we took our time. Spent a lot of energy, but we did sneak away and get past it. Okay, 178 comes out, which we have seen before, which is here. In the distance, you can see a wide crevasse that a bridge crosses at its narrowest point. At each end, two sturdy trunks strengthened by necrodretic magic have been able to withstand until today. Okay, so we've seen this before. We can just walk across. Takes 2 cards. No, yes, 2 cards. We get to keep one and put something on the other end. Okay, but now we get to keep 2 because of our ability. And one of them is a run away from a fight, which is nice for us when we're tired of fighting. Okay, so we put this out here. Okay. All right. In the space, and we move to the other card. So 79. Let me see if Jonathan is telling me I'm messing anything up. No. Okay, so here's our 79. We've been here before, so I guess I'm not going to worry about reading it too much. All right, we're back on familiar territory. Why am I going this way? Yes, we have to go this way. I was going to say, can't we just go left from here? But we can't, because we know on our map that if you try to go left, you get to a dead end. So we have to go this way. But now it's a clear path right to our citadel. We are almost home. We're here. We just got to go straight to here. So we've got plenty of energy to spare. And we're here. We actually could head into Kel and deliver this parcel before we get home. What do you think? But we don't want the hassle of it. We have the health for it, but we don't want the hassle of doing it now, do we? I think we're ready to end this session. Yeah. Okay. So, in fact, you could argue that doing this is pointless, but okay, let's put this 3 out. We've got all our Hope Reborns and Glimmers, so I don't think there's much point in doing much else. Okay, let's see what we got here. You come across a shepherd looking for his sheep. My animals have been frightened by something. If you help me find them, I'll donate 2 of them to the Citadel. This is just going to be... Look at this, a whole Hope Reborn. We don't need it, though. We have the energy for it, but we've got real life stamina. We're getting tired. So we're going to just go on our way. Okay, 128. I mean, I think you could make the case that, as I was talking about, the person was suggesting that the way they play is sometimes they don't even draw the exploration cards. They just draw out the terrain, since we've been here before. Once you know, you can make it there. All right, so we're going to walk over here. That takes 2 cards, a little harder. There's 1. And then we need to give ourselves 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so we now are down to 9 health, which is, close to the end. We could easily get more with our Hope Reborns, but we've got 3 of them, so we definitely don't want to do that. But it's okay. We're going to make it home fine. There's no scenario where we die here. But if we went into Kel, I guess we wouldn't, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so there's our 2 cards for walking. We're going to keep at least 1, which is go fetch a card of your choice. We'll throw this one away. We don't need lock picking. I'll keep it since we're allowed to keep 2. Okay, and then a 1 card would be here. A figure in the distance is heading in your direction. The ground shiver is going. Take a 151. There isn't. If it's not available, return a glimmer of hope. I see, it's making us give back a glimmer of hope. All right, so I returned a glimmer of hope. All right. 119. This is sort of perfunctory. You know what we might do, Jonathan? We might do these two books that we don't know what they do before we head in. Better to do them on this game than a real game. Okay, 119 is this building here, the inn. We don't care about that. We walk over here, we draw a card. It's maritime, we don't need it. We've got another one over here. Let's see what it is. It's just arcane. We can discard it because we'd rather go along our way, which brings out a 90. We're almost home. This feels like a long adventure we were on. All right, we know this very well. We could rest and get some help, but there's no need. I'm going to spend the card to walk over there. There's a 1 card here, exploration. I'm going to look at it. We found a jagged rock. Never seen that before. Costs nothing. It's just a bonus success on these actions. That's great. Projectile, nice. Okay. We're having a fun adventure here. And there's our 94. Not quite home, but very close. Then more action to walk on there. We don't care about that. There's a 1 card here. Something wants to fight us. Moose rats. A kick is usually more than enough to send them running, but if they form a swarm, better watch your toes. When taking the following action, take a 13 card to try your luck. If Lady Luck is on your side, there are fewer mouse rats than you feared. Place the die on the 2nd row. I don't think we need to go through this. I think I'm just trying to think. This is real. There's really not much point to do this. We're not going to die. We're right next to the Citadel. I'm just going to use this flight card, which technically you're not allowed to use, we don't think, because it has to be a forced fight. But it feels like the same kind of thing, so I don't see why not. So we're going to use flight to run away. And that makes us draw 13, which we get badly jinxed. We're going to take a glimmer of hope, send it back to draw another one, which Lady Luck is on our side. So that's fine. So we used our flight and we avoided getting jinxed with our fortune teller's hut. And this goes away and we leave the mouse rats behind. I think that's the right thing to do because there's no point. Okay, then comes 75, which is our home citadel. So our adventure is about to end for today. We walk over to it for 1 card. And we're comfortably ready to call it a night. So that wants a 77 card, which is what gives us the option to end the day. There's that card. I guess we move. No, it's attached to this. It's right like that. Okay. You can't see it, but it's attached. We'll just put it like this. All right, so here we are. We're ready to end the scenario. The only thing we could do if we wanted to is we've got 2 weird potions. We still have to read an epilogue. We've got 2 weird things. We've got the tears, which we could generate at any time we want to see what it is. And then we've got a very similar spell of distraction. But one is levitation, one is spell of distraction. So I guess not. We'll wait for a real adventure. Let's not, while we're getting tired, do something new that might be interesting. All right, so we're ready to head up. Let's do it. Yeah. John says, the only concern I have is if the levitation spell might bring us to some other part of the map. That's a good point. Or let us move somewhere. All right, we're not going to do it. It was an idea. Okay, we're headed up. We've finished our scenario. I mean, that's a pretty serious mission we went on today. Lots of travel. I mean, we went all into the city. This whole thing took us a long way home. All right, well, we made it. Let's get back and see what we've got. We may have even discovered the treasure hunt, the treasure map, but we didn't use it. We've got 4 Hope Reborns and 3 objectives. So we might get lucky enough. If these objectives turn into Hope Reborns, that will be a perfect 7. 9 health remaining. So we did pretty good. We did pretty good. And we cured a whole village. All right, let's read our epilogue. Night has fallen, and you wonder what condition you'll find the Citadel. You're suddenly apprehensive. The silence of the camp is not reassuring. If you have an objective card that is objective number 3, read conclusion A. Otherwise, B. That's a little scary. Well, we have objectives 1, 2, and 3. So it looks like we probably are getting the good ending here because of that translation of the thing, and because Jonathan figured out how to solve that guy's riddle. So conclusion A on page 32. Okay, here we go. Despite the late hour, you cannot wait until morning and decide to check with Leon. Things have gone downhill since you left for Waterbank. I had to cordon off part of the camp to triage the people infected with the cocoons. It's not a day goes by without someone contracting this filth. At least the cocoons have not yet released their spores. Besides, thanks to Dadachaem's manuscript, you now know how to defeat the scourge. Situation could be worse. You now know more about the evil that infects the Citadel and how to defeat it. Take 2 99 cards. Okay, 2. That means 1 is still left there. Okay, 2 99 cards. Now we have a total of 6. While you were away, you talked to several members of the community to find out what happened during your absence. Read 546. And that's it. That's going to end this mission. 546. What happened while we were away? It says, roll a die and apply the corresponding effect. Either nothing notable happened or something else happened. All right, here we go. Does this show up here? Yes. Okay, 3. 571. Hope it's not too bad. Come with me to the vegetable gardens. I have something to show you, Jadna says, grabbing a bag of fertilizer. If your provisions is 15 or higher, which it is, the crops have flourished. Take $1.99 card or $2.99 if your provision is 20 or higher. Well, our provision is 20 or higher, but there's only $1.99 card to take. So how do you like that? We actually got all 7 Hope Reborns for maximum upgrade. Pretty exciting. And then that's it. If you have a task to be done card, return it. Okay, well, we never got that, but we did achieve all our objectives. So we maxed out our upgrades, as Jonathan says. Very exciting. I guess we probably shouldn't read B, but I'll read it. Wow. Okay, so I'll just tell you basically. Well, I can show you. B, if you hadn't found objective 3, if you just got the first 2, you might think, okay, good enough. But look what B says. B says you look at your options, you better go back to the Great Library. You have no choice but to go back there and replay it. So basically, you go back and do it again, which could be an advantage if you're getting more upgrades, playing it again. We are very close to the end of this book. Maybe 1 or 2 scenarios left. All right, so we'll do what we normally do. I'll put this away during the break, and we will save our 7 Hope Reborns to use at the beginning of our next session to do some upgrades. I'm inclined to Feather Max. I think we could probably do, looks like we could do 3 more feathers if we wanted to. Although I think you could make the case for getting another number for our upgrade just to learn for the next campaign. But okay, we can discuss that later. A long session, 7 hours it took us. A little tiring, but that's the nature of this game. Pretty cool that we cured that woman with all of our healing. Got some new side quests. Flirted with the treasure map. Had to pass by some stuff that would have been nice to explore, but we could go back there and look at it later. Jonathan says, sorry if I spammed the chat a couple times. No, not at all. I will fix the blinker, though, for next time. All right, pretty fun. And we got a dog joined our team, Brownie the dog. We did pretty well, that scenario, I would say. Fun stuff. Okay. Stay tuned on the Board Game Geek Guild thread if you want to find out, or the Discord if you want to find out when we're playing the next episode of the 7 Citadel. I think we've probably got 1 or 2 scenarios left, Jonathan, before we finish this campaign. Pretty darn cool. All right. Thanks for joining me. YouTube says 3 concurrent viewers, so we've basically ridden it out to scare everyone away, but maybe someone will watch this after the fact. This was a pretty long session in 2 parts. This might have been our longest one. Okay, I'll see you next time.